Hey everyone, ready to see what happens next in the story? Let's get into it then, shall we? Chapter 21 Paradise Found. Meanwhile, the gang were all riding inside Roland's helicopter. Mokuba's arms were all wrapped around Leia. She was asleep on his chest, since that was all she wanted to do ever since her hopes on seeing him had become shattered. But right now she was there with him, and she felt safe, warm, and comfortable, just as long as she was with him. So now our whole company is owned by this darts guy? I don't get it, Zero. How was one person able to buy every single share of Kaiba Corp without you and I knowing about it? Our network should have detected it, Mokuba inquired, obviously shaken that Roland had just told him and Kaiba that Darts was now taking over Kaiba Corp. There's only one way that I can think of. They must have hacked into our accounts, Kaiba sighed. Without you knowing it? How they get past your security system? They inquired, obviously confused. We're obviously dealing with a powerful organization here, Kaiba answered firmly. But sir, Ronan began, but Kaiba cut him off. Save it. I'm not your boss anymore, he growled. Zero, Mokuba gasped. I won't abandon you, sir. I'll stand by your side until Kaiba Corp is yours again. Fuguta suddenly stepped in as he stood up from his seat. Roland did the same thing as he faced Kaiba seriously. That goes for me too. See, Zero, we're all with you. Mokuba smiled at his brother. Then what are we waiting for? Kaiba suddenly agreed with the three guys. Let's go. We've got to get in the museum and decipher those ruins, Yami told Kaiba firmly. My research team is already there. My security force will handle any unexpected guests, Kaiba replied with the same level of firmness. Mr. Kaiba, emergency message on the red line, the pilot suddenly reported, which caught Kaiba's attention. This could be just what I'm waiting for, he stated before he opened up his laptop and did some research. Sir, we're ready to upload the images of the undersea ruins, the voice from the computer reported. So that was your plan? Drew inquired. You made sure your team got there before Darts, Yami exclaimed. What did you expect? Come on, guys. You know my brother's always one step ahead of everyone else. Mokuba smiled at the guys. Receiving data, Kaiba suddenly announced, before a guy's voice from the computer suddenly cried out in panic. It's them, Yami exclaimed, as he knew that one of Dart's men was capturing one of Kaiba's research team. Kaiba also gasped, but he just shrugged and said, Oh well, at least we got what we needed. It was then that Yami decided to contact Rebecca, so he video called her, and when Rebecca answered, she told Yami firmly, I got the images, and my grandpa's looking them over now. Good, let's meet up as soon as possible, Yami requested, before he suddenly thought about Yugi. Oh, and one more thing. I'm sorry. Rebecca, you can't blame the Pharaoh for what happened to Yugi. There's far too much at stake for hard feelings. Right now we're all fighting a common enemy, and this data might be our only hope, Alfred told Rebecca from the video firmly. You're right, Rebecca agreed with a sigh. Alfred soon eyed Yami and reported firmly. Pharaoh, the quality of the images is much worse than I thought. Most of the carvings have been worn away. Unless we clear up these photos, I won't be able to read much at all. Set a course for Kaiba Corporation headquarters immediately, Kaiba suddenly commanded. Dude, are you nuts? Tristan exclaimed in disbelief. Darts and his gang must have taken over the place by now, they acclaimed worriedly. The only way we can process these images fast enough is by using my computer system, so we have no choice, Kaiba replied to the pair firmly. Say what? Joey exclaimed. Kaiba has a good point, Joey, Yami agreed with Kaiba. He does? Joey inquired. First they took Pegasus away, and now they've taken over Kaiba's company, which means we've got to stop these criminals before they make their next move, and we have no time to lose, Yami explained firmly, which made Kaiba a bit impressed. Wow, you're more gung-ho than I expected. You know, since you lost your title and all. Kaiba, this fight is about so much more than a mere championship dueling title. Don't you see? People are getting hurt, and the whole world's in danger, Yami roared at Kaiba pleadingly. Kaiba just smirked and replied mockingly. Blah, blah, blah. Don't you get tired of making the same speech every time you're faced with a challenge? Stop saving the world and get a hobby. Rebecca, we'll meet you two at the pier, Yami told Rebecca firmly. Okay, we'll see you there, Rebecca agreed before she hung up the video call. Just then, Yami spotted an aurora outside the window. Those lights are getting stronger. What does this mean? What does this mean? He thought to himself tensely. The helicopter just kept flying all the way to Domino, till all of a sudden they have finally just arrived at the pier in Domino. As soon as the helicopter landed, the gang had all just headed out of the helicopter. Mokuba slowly shook Leia awake, which caused her to slowly open her eyes, and she asked tiredly while looking up at him. Mokuba? We just landed, Leia, Mokuba told Leia softly, before both he and Leia slowly stood up from their seat and held each other's hands so that they could both head out of the helicopter with Kaiba. Take those two to the medical center. I'm feeling generous, Kaiba commanded both Roland and Fuguta, as he referred to both Alistair and Rex. Right, both Roland and Fuguta agreed before the helicopter door closed and the helicopter began flying on its way to the medical center. Good luck, guys, Mokuba whispered softly as he watched the helicopter leave while the wind was flowing through his beautiful hair. Stay safe, Joey chimed in. Leia took Mokuba's hand and whispered reassuringly to him. They'll be fine, Mokuba. I know it. Then she pressed his lips against his cheek, which made him blush, and he trusted in Lea's words. Just then, Yami spotted Arthur, Rebecca, who was in her college uniform, Duke, and Marcella. So Yami spoke to Arthur in relief. Professor, I'm glad you're all right. Me too. Hey, how was the road trip, guys? Joey asked the four. Could have been better. We hit a pretty big snag on the way, Duke replied firmly. flat tire? Joey inquired. No, Joey. We ran into mine and one of wait. No, Joey. We ran into mine and one of those freaks. No, Joey. We ran into mine and one of those freaks. The one that jumped in and ended Leia's duel. Marcella shook her head firmly, which shocked Leia. Joey was just pissed. That jerk. He's really got it in for you, man. And I'm afraid mine's still on their side too. You added. It made Joey really furious. Leia felt tense for Joey, and she could suddenly feel his anger. Just wait till I find him. Dude, Marcella, did that guy say anything about me? Leia suddenly asked the siblings. Marcella nodded with a sigh. Yes, Leia, I'm afraid he did. He said that your duel with mine was only just a test, but then he thought that you were too fragile for mine to handle. So now they're moving on to Joey. Leia was just shocked to know that her duel with mine was only just a test. So she glanced at Joey, saw that he was really pissed, and hoped to God that he would find Valen and kill him. Hey, any word yet on Yugi? Vega suddenly asked Yami before she walked towards him while giving him a firm look. We have to find him. If you don't get him back, I'll never forgive you. Plus, we need him to fight these guys. I miss him too, and I promise I'll rescue him. You have my word, Yami replied firmly before Rebecca nodded in agreement. But I need to pay a little visit to Kaiba Corp first, Yami added. Let me come with you. You'll need some tech support, Rebecca requested, which only made Kaiba scoff. This isn't some kind of field trip, kid, but I guess you can tag along if you want. I'm no kid, Rebecca snapped sharply. Whatever you say, kid, Kaiba sighed as he began walking on his way to Kaiba Corp. Rebecca just huffed. Really, Kaiba? Really? Leia snapped at Kaiba defensively, which Kaiba chose to ignore as he kept walking. I don't know about you, Jigs, but I have a company to save. So whoever's coming with me, let's move, Kaiba announced to the gang. Okay, Mokuba nodded in agreement. Good luck, and be careful. Taya bid Yami good luck. Right, Yami nodded. Taya knelt down to her little sister's height so she could hug her and whisper to her softly. Be safe, Leia. Leia hugged Taya back and whispered back to her. I will, Taya. I promise. The sisters soon broke apart from each other, so Leia began following after Yami, who was making his way over to Kaiba. But before Leia could keep running, Mokuba suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her into a tight hug. Leia was surprised, but she hugged him back and breathed in his scent and warmth as she closed her eyes. Good luck, Taya. Good luck, Leia, Mokuba whispered softly to her before Leia nodded in agreement. Mokuba soon pulled away, but he placed his hands to her cheeks and kissed her sweetly. Leia was shocked at first, but she closed her eyes and kissed him back, as she knew that while she's with Yami and Kaiba, either she or Yami or Kaiba might lose their souls. The two young lovers soon pulled away from each other, and Leia quickly got herself out of Mokuba's arms, as she quickly ran to catch up with Yami and Kaiba. Kaiba, Yami, and Leia had all made it down the sewer. And they were all running as fast as they could. "Come on, try to keep up," Kaiba commanded to the pair, which made Leia roll her eyes. "Where are we going, Kaiba?" Yami inquired. "We're taking a shortcut. It's an underground passage to my central computer designed for emergencies," Kaiba answered, just as soon as he, Yami, and Leia had all made it to the door. Kaiba used his locket to unlock the door. "Access granted," the voice confirmed, before all the doors opened, just as Kaiba placed his locker back to his necklace. "Now, if Dart's brute squad is guarding the area, they'll never see us go inside," Kaiba stated firmly, as he, Yami, and Leia all went inside the elevator. The elevator door closed, and the trio just stood there, waiting to arrive at Kaiba Corp. All of a sudden, the trio suddenly felt the elevator shaking. The lights went off, and Leia hugged Yami from the side in fear. "Who's up there?" Kaiba demanded, before the duel monster entered the elevator from the ceiling. It appeared to have an orichalcos on its forehead, and just as it charged at Kaiba, he quickly dodged the monster's head, and it went through the wall instead. Kaiba, Yami, and Leia all just looked at the hole that the duel monster went through instantly. I don't know what that was, and I'm not staying to find out," Kaiba sighed, before he punched the elevator buttons with his door desk so that the elevator door could open. "Let's go," Kaiba commanded to Yami and Leia, before they all made the elevator door open all the way, and out of the corner of their eyes, they saw that there were more duel monsters, and they all had the orichalcos on their foreheads. "Oh shit!" Leia murmured in fear. "Kaiba, you realize these monsters are on holograms, don't you?" Yami told Kaiba. "If you're suggesting that we're surrounded by real monsters, you're as insane as the lunatics who took over Kaiba Corp. These things can't be real," Kaiba shouted, annoyed by now. "These things can't be real," Kaiba shouted, annoyed by now. "Kaiba, they are real," Leia tried to reason, as she nervously bit her fingernails. "She's right, believe us. Somehow a doorway has been opened up, and monsters from a parallel universe have entered into our world," Yami agreed with Leia, before he suddenly smirked and glanced at Kaiba coolly. "Unless you've got a better explanation." Leia giggled, as she couldn't help but think how sexy Yami's grin was. Kaiba just grinned at Yami back. "I think you're nuts, but this isn't the best time to argue." "Let's go, Kaiba. You too, Leia. We've got nothing to lose," Yami commanded the pair, before they all began running, so they can go through all the duel monsters. As soon as the trio had all made it through the duel monsters, they all just kept running as fast as they could, and they all readied their duel discs and drew their cards so they could summon their masters to attack the duel monsters. "I call forth my obnoxious stealthy guardian," Yami announced, before his stealthy guardian appeared. "Go, Force Rider!" Kaiba summoned his Force Rider, before he appeared as well. "Go, Athena!" Leia summoned her Athena, before she also appeared. Then Stealthy Guardian, Force Rider, and Athena all attacked all of the duel monsters. "Quick, this way!" Kaiba urged Yami and Leia, as they all kept running straight towards the door, as the duel monsters held the real duel monsters off. "Through here!" Kaiba urged again, just as he, Yami, and Leia all reached the door. Kaiba used his card to open the door, but nothing worked. "Denied," the voice confirmed. Denied, the voice confirmed before Yami used his card to open the door, but it didn't work again. Denied. Leia used her card to open the door, but again, the door didn't open. Denied. Oh no, someone must have reprogrammed the code, Kaiba exclaimed, just before he, Yami, and Leia had all just discovered that the lure monsters had just been destroyed. We're trapped, and our monsters are gone, Yami growled, which made Leia feel scared. All of a sudden, Rebecca's voice was heard. Need some help, boys? Would you like some help too, Leia? Rebecca! Leia exclaimed happily, before the door suddenly opened and the trio all entered just as the door quickly closed. I'll have to thank Rebecca for this if I ever see her, Leia thought to herself as she smiled. The trio just kept running and running and running until Rebecca's voice was suddenly heard again. Bad news, guys! I can't access the central computer. Kaiba Corp's mainframe's on the separate system. No problem. I've got it from here, Kaiba replied assuredly, just as he, Yami, and Leia all entered the lab. They should be able to enhance those photos, Kaiba added, as he saw what would be able to enhance the images. Kaiba used his card on the card sweeper, to which the machine began scanning Kaiba's eye and confirmed him. Voice recognition set. Shut down the old system. Reboot with backup system, Kaiba commanded, to which the machine agreed and did what Kaiba requested. Yami placed the photos on the machine, and all the images appeared on all of the screens inside the room. Begin analyzing images. Reference every inscription and cross-reference with every known archaeological database, Kaiba commanded, before the machine began analyzing all of the images. Hold on, that insignia looks familiar. Where have I seen that before? Kaiba explained, before he suddenly realized what the insignia was. Wait a sec, it can't be! Can't be what? Both Yami and Leia asked, before Kaiba analyzed the images with his computer. The symbol of a secret financial organization known as Paradise. No one's ever seen them, but rumor has it they control a small piece of every company in the world. Then he panicked. Oh no, it's them! Yugi, Leia, the president of Paradise is Darts! You two don't know what we're up against. Oh God! Leia whispered shakily. That's him! Yami exclaimed, before he remembered the time when he saw Darts in his visions of when he fought a war 10,000 years ago. Just then the lab was exploding, and the trio all braced themselves for cover. The explosion soon stopped, and the trio all heard the voice of a man laughing and taunting them. You're so close, yet so very far. Then the trio turned to see that the great Leviathan was behind them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to me. You've made my job so much easier, the man went on, before he suddenly showed himself. It was Darts. He had light blue hair that featured a two-locked fringe and trailed to near knee length and was tied at waist length, and his right eye appeared to be green, while his left eye was gold. He also appeared to be wearing a periwinkle-colored suit with red tie and white shoes. Mr. Kaiba, Mrs. Leia, and the infamous Pharaoh, Darts named the trio coolly. What do you want? Yami demanded. I assume you three will have figured that out by now. After all, you are the chosen duelists, aren't you? Well then, prove it, Darth replied mockingly. I don't have to prove anything to you. Now give me back my company before I get angry, Kaiba snapped angrily. And return the soulsuit too, Yami chimed in sharply. He's right. We're getting really fed up with your antics. Different colored eyes. Leia also chimed in as she pointed her staff at his direction. Or else what, Pharaoh? Because it looks to me like you're in no position to make demands, Darth scoffed. All right, then I'll make you a deal. Duel us, and if we win, duel us, and if we win, you'll release your prisoners at once, Yami proposed as he radiated his duel disc. Kaiba and Leia also radiated their duel disc as well as they all drew their dragon cards. Then Timaeus, Kronos, and Critias all appeared on the field as the trio all announced, We summon Timaeus, Kronos, and Critias. Ah, the legendary dragons. It's been quite a while. Hello, Timaeus. How is that eye of yours? Darth mocked, which made Timaeus really pissed, and so he fired at the Grey Leviathan, which caused him to disappear. He's gone, Yami exclaimed in disbelief. The ancient battle continues, my friends, and soon your souls will be mine. Farewell for now, Darth taunted the trio before he began fading away. Wait, come back, Yami shouted before Timaeus, Kronos, and Critias returned to the trio's decks. Just then the door opened from behind the trio and the duel monsters all entered, so Kaiba quickly headed on his way to the elevator as he urgently called out to Yami and Leia. Come on, get in! Then both Yami and Leia followed Kaiba inside the elevator and the door quickly closed. The elevator went all the way up and the door suddenly opened, so the trio all quickly headed out of the elevator as all the duel monsters jailed on them. All right, get ready to jump, Kaiba instructed the pair, which made them both shocked. What? What? I trusted you two. Now you two trust me, Kaiba replied firmly, before his blue-eyes white dragon jet suddenly appeared in front of the balcony. All right, both Yami and Leia agreed, before Yami carried Leia in his arms as he and Kaiba both stood on top of the ledge and began jumping inside the jet. Then the jet began flying, just as one of the duel monsters suddenly fired at the jet, and it began going all the way down and likely crash-landed as the trio all jumped out of the jet, while Yami still carrying Leia in his arms and Leia having her arms wrapped around his neck. The trio all turned to look at Kaiba Corp as Kaiba angrily growled, I won't let him take my company apart. Both Yami and Leia suddenly gasped as they spotted the Grey Leviathan. Kaiba! It looks like we have bigger things to worry about now, Yami exclaimed, just as he set Leia down. Leia was still tense, and she hugged Yami from the side while shaking in fear. Guys, please don't mind the background. I think it started to rain a little, so don't get scared. It's just rain, so don't worry about it. Well, now it doesn't rain so loud, but don't you guys worry. So ignore the background noise. Chapter 22, Shattered Love. Meanwhile, Kaiba, Yami, and Leia had all made it back to Arthur's trailer. It appeared that Doug, Marcella, Mokuba, and Rebecca were all outside of the trailer. At the sight of Mokuba, Leia quickly ran over to him and hugged him really tight. Mokuba was a bit surprised. but as soon as he realized who was hugging him, he relaxed and hugged her back. "You okay, Leia?" he whispered to her. Leia nodded and whispered back, "I'm fine, Maggie. I'm just glad I made it back." With that, she buried her face in his shoulder and sighed as she filled her lungs with the scent of him. Rebecca smiled a little as she watched Leia and Mokuba hug each other, but she frowned and looked down sadly as she felt a little jealous. She wished that Yugi was right next to her and holding her the same way Mokuba was doing to Leia right now. All of a sudden, Mokuba looked up and saw that Kaiba and Yami had also shown up as well as Leia did. So he got himself out of Leia's arms and happily ran towards them as he called out to them, "Hey guys, you made it! We were worried about you free for a second there." "We're fine, and now that we know who we're after, it's time to crash the little party," Kaiba replied firmly. "Well, we better act fast, 'cause Joey ran off to find these Paradise guys on his own," Rebecca explained urgently. "We have to get there before he does," Yumi agreed with the same level of urgency. "He better not screw this up for me," Kaiba growled just before Tristan and Taya suddenly showed up. "Hey, we've got bigger problems, guys. Those same monsters we saw in the desert are roaming the city," they reported, which made both Yami and Leia shocked. "Oh no!" "Let's go. We can all jump in my car," Yu announced to the gang. "Good idea," Yami agreed, just before he and the others were about to head to Duke's car. But then, "I'm afraid things are even worse than you can imagine," came Arthur's voice, which surprised the gang. "What is it, Gramps?" Rebecca inquired. "What do these creatures want?" Yami also asked. "According to the evening news, thousands of people around the world are suddenly collapsing in the streets and falling into a state of unconsciousness," Arthur answered, which shocked the gang. "I know!" Marcella exclaimed. "It's those monsters!" Leia also exclaimed as she trembled a bit. "They must be using the power of the Rikakos to capture people's souls," Rebecca claimed, which made Leia feel tense, and she put both of her hands to her head in exasperation. "God," she whispered. Mokuba noticed her stress, so he placed his hand to her shoulder to reassure her that things were gonna be okay. It would appear so," Arthur replied to his granddaughter in agreement. And did I mention that every police officer in this town is under their spell too?" Tia suddenly added, which shocked Leia even more. "Pins cabrón!" Marcella growled, furious at Dart's antics around the wall. She just hoped that she would find him and kill him. "All right, then we have to battle these monsters on our own and make our way to Dart," Yami stated firmly. "Unless he finds us first," Tia shivered. "Well, if he does, I'll kill him," Marcella snarled as she pulled out her switchblade and tightened her grip on it. With that, Tristan headed on his way to find Joey, while the gang all went inside the trailer to head to Paradise headquarters, and Duke was driving his car to tow the trailer. "We're only 1 mile from Paradise headquarters," Rebecca announced as she saw on her computer that they were almost to Paradise headquarters. "We'll have our company back in no time, right, bro?" Mokuba smiled at his big brother, which made Leia smile as she knew that Kaiba and Mokuba would get their company back right away. "Don't be so sure," Kaiba replied firmly, which made both Leia and Mokuba confused. We're dealing with an extremely powerful organization, and it's gonna take everything we have to bring them down. This won't be easy, Kaiba explained with a sigh. All of a sudden, the car suddenly stopped riding, and everyone inside the trailer all fell a bed. Marcella was caught in Kaiba's arms, while both Leia and Mokuba fell to the floor. It appeared that Mokuba was on top of Leia. "What's going on?" Mokuba inquired, just before he realized that he was on top of Leia. "Maybe we should get someone else behind the wheel," Leia suggested, before she, Yami, and Rebecca all headed out of the trailer. Zero, you can let go now," Marcella told Kaiba sheepishly, before Kaiba unwrapped his arms around her so that she could head out of the trailer to follow the others. Mokuba still appeared to be on top of Leia, and his eyes just stared into her very own pair. Leia felt her heart melting a little, and even though she had the need of Mokuba getting off of her, she didn't even want this moment to end, because his eyes were just too beautiful for Leia to even resist. All of a sudden, Mokuba quickly sat up and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry, Leia." Leia just smiled softly, until she suddenly realized why the others were outside for too long, so she quickly headed out of the trailer and saw that Tristan was there, but Joey still wasn't. "Hey, where's Joey? I thought you guys were together," Taya asked Tristan, and Leia was feeling worried. "We were, until he decided to hop on some guy's motorcycle and take off after one of Dart's little flunkies," Tristan replied as he gave an explanation. "You're kidding!" Joe exclaimed in disbelief. "Shit!" Marcella also exclaimed as she realized who Tristan was talking about. "Oh no, was it Valen?" Rebecca asked, feeling worried for Joey by now. "Who?" Tristan asked. "Valen. He's the guy Rebecca, Marcella, and I dueled," Joe answered, and Marcella nodded her head in agreement. "Is that a bad thing?" Taya asked. "Not only does Valen have a thing against Joey, but he's got a deck full of monsters I've never seen before," Rebecca pondered. "Let's go. We have to find Joey before it's too late," Yami urged the gang just before Kaiba headed out of the trailer as he readied his dual disc. That jump's gonna have to wait, because we've got bigger problems," he announced firmly. "What do you mean?" Yami demanded. "Look around you," Kaiba answered, before the gang all saw that they were surrounded by some armored duel monsters. "That's not good," Mokuba remarked tensely. "We're surrounded!" Taya exclaimed tensely, before both Yami and Leia radiated their dual discs as they stared at the duel monsters intently. "If anyone has a plan, please speak now," Taya told the gang as her voice was panicking a bit. All of a sudden, the duel monsters were all closing in on the gang. "They're closing in!" Yami exclaimed. "Maybe we can outrun them," Rebecca suggested fearfully. "I already tried that. They're too fast," Tristan replied, exasperated. Both Yami and Leia suddenly ran towards the duel monsters, making Taya feel tense for the pair. "Yuki, Leia, wait! Zero is too dangerous," Mokuba warned his brother. "There's nothing dangerous about a bunch of holograms," Kaiba scoffed, before he radiated his dual disc in determination. "Now let's shut them down." Both Yami and Leia also radiated their dual discs in agreement. Then the trio all stuck together as their dragon cards began glowing, making them all surprised as they pulled them out to look at them. "Kaiba, look, our dragons!" Yami exclaimed, which made Kaiba grin. Timaeus, come forth, Yami commanded, before his Timaeus appeared. I play Fang of Critias, Kaiba announced, before his Critias appeared. And I play Tale of Kronos, Leia also announced, before her Kronos appeared. The trio just kept battling all the Doom monsters with their dragons for like hours, and both Taya and Rebecca embraced each other as the Doom monsters jailed on them. Oh man, we're gunners, Taya whimpered, while Rebecca held on to Taya as tight as she could. Both Yami and Leia noticed this, so they turned around and commanded both their dragons. Timaeus, Kronos, attack! Then both Timaeus and Kronos attacked the dual monsters that were already chained on both Taya and Rebecca, and they were saved. Are you two alright? Yami asked the ghost, as he and Leia were right in front of them. We are now. Thanks, Yugi. Thanks, Leia. Taya nodded relieved. Just as one armored dual monster chained on Kaiba, Critias suddenly crushed him, and Kaiba was saved. You did it, bro. That's all of them, Mokuba cheered happily, just before the three dragons returned to the trio's decks. That was a close one, Duke sighed in relief, as he, Marcella, and Tristan all showed up. You said it. You said it, Wei, Marcella agreed. Where were you free? Where were you free? Where were you free? Where were you free? Tanya asked the trio. We tried to lead those things away. Yeah, by running really far. Tristan lied, which made Marcella roll her eyes. Just then Kaiba started walking, and Mokuba followed him when he noticed that he was leaving. Hey, wake up! Leia felt her heart breaking when she watched the Kaiba brothers start leaving. Kaiba, stop! We have to stick together, Taya called out, before both Kaiba and Mokuba stopped walking for a moment to face the gang. Do you jigs think that just cause I helped you fight off some holograms, now I'm part of your little peep squad? I'm afraid you got the wrong idea. Adios. It's been a real blast. Kaiba scoffed, which made Yami really pissed. Kaiba, will you at least help us to find Joey? Kaiba just huffed as he and Mokuba kept walking. Use your heads. There's a simple way to find that loser if you think about it. What a sweetheart, Krishna remarked sarcastically. Wait, of course! Joey's Doorbell is activated, so we tracked down his location with the Kaiba Corp satellite system, Rebecca suddenly exclaimed in realization before she headed inside the trailer. Kaiba, we need to access your company's tracking system, Yumi called out to Kaiba sternly. Come back! I know you can still hear us, Leia chimed in sharply. It's okay, guys, Leia spoke out softly, which got the others' attentions, and so they all turned to her and saw that she was really sad. Then Leia looked up and shouted angrily, Just let them go! Then she cried and went inside the trailer. Mokuba, who was still walking with Kaiba, heard Leia's angry voice, and so he turned around and saw that Leia had just entered the trailer and was crying. He knew the reason why Leia was being like this was because he forgot to even say bye to her, as he always did whenever he and Kaiba would leave. He wanted to just turn around and say bye to her right now, but since he and Kaiba were further away from the trailer, he knew that it was too late, and he hoped that he would be able to see Leia again so he could apologize to her for forgetting to say bye to her. As soon as Leia went inside the trailer, she sat on the couch and cried as she covered her face. Rebecca, who was trying to track down Joey's door desk on her computer, noticed that Leia was sad, so she called out to Leia and asked her, Leia, are you okay? At the sound of Rebecca's voice, Leia was startled, but she relaxed and stood up from the couch so she could sit next to Rebecca. I'm fine. It's Mokuba, Leia sighed, and Rebecca knew why Leia was upset at Mokuba, because he didn't even say bye to her when Kaiba just started leaving. Let me guess, you're upset at Mokuba because he didn't say bye to you when Kaiba started leaving? Leia nodded as she sighed more deeply. He always says bye to me every time he and Kaiba start to leave. I just don't know why he didn't even say bye to me this time. I'm sure that maybe he might have forgotten Leia. Don't worry, he still loves you. Rebecca reassured Leia as she gave her a small smile. How the hell am I supposed to believe that he loves me when I can't even trust him right now? Leia snapped as she was getting really frustrated. Leia, calm down, Rebecca eased, and Leia did as Rebecca told her to do and took a deep breath. Even though Leia was now calm, she just looked down at the floor and felt some more tears forming in her eyes. Rebecca placed her hand on Leia's shoulder and told her gently while giving her a weak smile. I'm really sorry that you feel this way, Leia. Believe me, boys can be jerks and can be really forgetful sometimes, but that doesn't mean that Mokuba doesn't love you anymore. It's just that we're in a big situation right now, and everyone's minds are just focused on something else, and they just can't focus on the one important thing to them right now. Just give Mokuba a chance if you ever see him again. Leia looked up to face Rebecca, and she saw in her eyes that she was being honest, but she sighed even more deeper while whispering, I don't know if I can. At least try, Leia. For me? Rebecca asked while looking at Leia firmly. Leia was still unsure, but she smiled softly while saying, Okay, I'll try. Thanks, Rebecca. Anytime, Rebecca smiled back before she went to face her computer and went back to trying to track down Joey's door desk. Leia turned her head to face the front and sighed as she thought, I still feel like I can't forgive Mokuba Val. Chapter 23. Joey's Soul Lost. Meanwhile, Rebecca was still trying to track down Joey's door desk with her computer. If I can't access the satellite, we'll never find Joey. This has to work. Finally, the access was granted, and Rebecca was happy. I got in, Grandpa. Well done. Now what's it say? Arthur asked. Leia smiled a little, but she was still heartbroken at the fact that Mokuba didn't even say bye to her when Kaiba just started leaving. Just then, Rebecca headed out of the trailer to let the gang know that she finally found where Joey was at. Leia followed after her and tried her best to smile along with Rebecca. Hey, I did it! I finally found Joey! If this readout's right, Joey's not far, guys! Rebecca announced happily before she handed Yami the map, who gratefully took it. All right, I'll take this and track him down. You move the trailer to a safer place, Yami told Rebecca firmly before he began running, but Thea stopped him. Not so fast, Pharaoh. You're not going alone. That's right. We're all in this together, Kristen agreed with Thea. I guess you've made up your minds. Thank you. Now let's go. Yami thanked the pair before he turned to face Leia and asked her, Leia, I know you're still upset about Mokuba, but do you still want to come so we can help you clear your mind? Leia hesitated for a moment, but she considered what Yami suggested and nodded. Sure. All of a sudden, Rebecca cleared her throat to get Yami's attention. Rebecca, you stay here, Yami replied firmly before he eyed Duke and Marcella. Duke, Marcella, you two keep an eye on them until we get back. Marcella nodded while Duke said, You got it. No, I want to go too, Rebecca protested just before Arthur placed his hand on her shoulder from behind. Come on, Grandpa, Rebecca pleaded, but Arthur shook his head. We've got our own work to do. We need your talents back here. Rebecca, as soon as Joe is safe, we'll find Yugi, Yami promised. Promise me he's all right? Rebecca pleaded before Yami nodded in agreement. Yugi's going to be just fine, I promise. Please trust me. Rebecca nodded in agreement as she was on the verge of tears. Leia suddenly moved over to hug Rebecca when she noticed that she wanted to cry. She made Rebecca surprised, but she hugged Leia back as she tried all she could to hold in her tears. You'll be fine, Rebecca. Yami and I will make sure that we defeat Darts and bring Yugi back, Leia whispered to Rebecca reassuringly before Rebecca let out a sniffle as she nodded in agreement. Then both girls pulled away from each other so they could face each other. Rebecca's face was still pretty sad until her lips suddenly formed into a small smile and she told Leia softly, Good luck with Mokuba if you ever get to see him. Even though Leia was still pretty angry at Mokuba, she did feel her cheeks heating up at the mention of him. Then she smiled softly and replied with, I will. The two girls hugged each other again for a little longer until Duke suddenly said to the gang, Come on, you don't have a second to lose, so go kick some butt and take names. Yeah, Marcella agreed as she held out both of her fists with a grin on her face. Leia and Rebecca soon got out of each other's arms as Leia stood next to the gang. Well, that's one way to put it, Yami grinned before Tristan suddenly stepped in. Let's chit-chat later. Then the gang all began running as Rebecca called out to them, Good luck with everything. The gang all stopped and turned around to face her with smiles on their faces. You too, Yami called back. If you need us, just call, Arthur requested. Right, Yami nodded before he and the gang started running on their way to find Joey. The gang just kept running as Yami asked Thea, who was in control of the map. How far is Joey? Just a few blocks according to this. I just hope I'm reading this thing right, Thea answered tensely. Don't say that, Tristan snapped, which made Leia roll her eyes. All of a sudden, both Yami and Leia's dragon cards were glowing, which surprised them, and they stopped to look at them for a moment. Hold on, guys, Yami told both Tristan and Thea before they all moved in front of Yami and Leia as they saw their dragon cards glowing. Then both Yami and Leia took out their dragon cards as they looked at them for a moment. Joey must have played his dragon, Tristan exclaimed. The dragon cards kept glowing for like 10 minutes until all of a sudden the glowing went out. Oh no! Both Yami and Leia gasped. After taking a moment to be shocked, both Yami and Leia decided to move on and just kept running, followed suit by both Tristan and Thea. Joey must have summoned his legendary dragon. That's why my dragon and Leia's dragon were glowing. But why did the light fade? Yami thought to himself. There must be a reason why my dragon and Yami's dragon stopped glowing, Leia thought to herself with a bit of a confused look on her face. All of a sudden, Thea stopped running so she could speak up to her little sister and the two guys. "Hold on, you guys!" The trio stopped running so they could turn around to face Thea. "Come on, Thea, there's no time to rest. Joey's probably doing that Valen guy right now, which means if we don't hurry, he'll lose one so short." Tristan rushed Thea urgently. "That's why I stopped. According to this, he's nearby. We need to stop running and start looking down each street," Thea replied firmly, before she suddenly spotted Yami looking at his eye of Timaya's car. "Pharaoh, what's wrong?" Thea asked before she walked towards Yami to see what was going on with him. "Is it Joey?" "Not so sure, but just a moment ago I could sense the presence of Joey's legendary dragon car, but it's gone. I fear his dragon was destroyed," Yami answered, which made Leia shocked. "You don't think Joey lost, do ya?" Tristan asked. No way, Thea protested before she turned to face Yami pleadingly. "Tell him!" "Thea, I can't be sure until we find him," Yami replied firmly, before he and the gang began running to find Joey again. All of a sudden, the group stopped running and just walked lightly for a moment until they suddenly stopped. "We've searched every block and no sign of Joey," Thea sighed, feeling worried for Joey. "Maybe that tracking system screwed up. We need a new plan," Tristan sighed, before Yami pulled out his dragon card to look at it for a moment. "You alright, you?" Tristan asked Yami as he noticed how tense he looked. "This way, quickly!" Yami answered urgently as he began running to the left. "Yugi, wait!" Thea called out before she, Leia, and Tristan all followed after Yami. The gang just kept running for like 15 minutes until all of a sudden they all spotted the seal of Orichalcos up in the sky. "Oh man, Joey!" Tristan exclaimed. "It's the seal of Orichalcos. We all know what that means," Yami growled. "Yeah, it means someone's gonna lose their soul," Tristan stated, which shocked Leia. "Then let's go," Leia urged before she and the others began running to where the seal of Orichalcos was at. "We've gotta find him," Leia cried. "Joey, where are you, man?" Tristan called out to Joey. "Hey, are you down there?" Thea also called out as she looked to the side. "Joey, answer us!" Yami also called out. "Hello? Hello? Hello?" Leia chimed in. "I could swear that Orichalcos thing activated right here," Tristan sighed as he tried to search wherever the Orichalcos was at. "Me too. So why isn't it here now?" They agreed before she suddenly got tense. "Unless we're too late." Don't say that, Thea. Tristan reassured Thea firmly before the gang all began running to find where Joey was at once again. "Hang in there, Joey," Yami fattened himself. "Be safe, Joey," Leia also thought as she nervously bit her lip. All of a sudden, Yami stopped running and then screamed in shock. "Oh no!" What's wrong? Is it Joey?" Leia asked Yami as she, Leia, and Tristan all stopped running so they could face Yami. Yami looked at his dragon car for a moment until he looked up and saw that both Timaeus and Kronos were standing on top of a building. "I'm afraid so," Yami answered before both Timaeus and Kronos disappeared. Leia was just shocked as hell. After taking a moment to be shocked, the gang all kept running until out of the corner of their eyes, they saw that Joey was unconscious. No way! Tristan exclaimed in disbelief. What happened? Thea asked. He lost the duel, Yami answered quietly. Wait, does that mean? Leia began, before Yami interrupted her while nodding. Yes, his soul belongs to Darts now. Leia was just completely shocked at the answer that Yami gave her, and all she could think right now was, God, no! Chapter 24 Faithfully. Joey, please say something. They pleaded to Joey desperately as she and the other three walked towards Joey. I don't think he can, Yami replied firmly, before he was on the verge of crying. Then it's true, Leia cried before she fell to her knees. Leia moved over to her big sister and hugged her from the side. The origami stole his soul. When I get my hands on the person who did this, they're gonna wish they were never born, Tristan growled angrily before he knelt down in front of Joey so he could try to wake him up. Wake up, man, he pleaded before he felt tears forming in his eyes. Who did this? Leia asked before both she and Leia glanced at Valen, who was also left unconscious. 'Cause by the looks of Valen, I'd have to say it wasn't him. So what's going on here? Don't you see? Joey must have defeated Valen, and then Mai showed up. She did this to him. I'm sure of it. Tristan yelled as he ranted. How could she? Leia asked as her voice was breaking. Easily. She couldn't wait to get rid of Joey, Tristan replied firmly. That's true. However, there's only one person we can really blame for all of this, and I think you know who I mean. He hides safely in his fortress while others do his dirty work. Well, not anymore, Yami growled before he began running to where Darts was at. Pharaoh, wait! Thea called out, but Yami ignored her and kept running. With that, both Tristan and Thea helped the soulless Joey up, and Tristan gave Joey a piggyback ride as he and the sisters all headed on their way to follow Yami. Why did the Pharaoh take off like that? Tristan asked as he was struggling to piggyback Joey while running as fast as he can. He must have gone after Darts, they exclaimed, which made Leia shocked. Then all of a sudden, the trio suddenly noticed a red car behind them. Look out! Tristan warned as both Thea and Leia hugged each other while the car was beginning to slow down and stopped in front of the trio. Thea, Leia, Tristan, came Mokuba's voice, which surprised the trio, and Leia could almost feel her face heating up at the sound of his voice. But she still did feel a little angry at him for not saying bye to her, so she just looked down to the ground sadly while sighing. Mokuba? Kaiba? Thea asked just as the Kaiba brothers got out of the car. Nice car, Tristan commented as he seemed to admire Kaiba's car. Kaiba just scoffed and replied with, just my luck. Dorkfest continues. Then he suddenly eyed Joey and changed the subject in a snarky tone. So what happened to Wheeler? Did baby need a nap? That's not funny, Kaiba, Thea snapped back, and just as she would give an explanation on what happened to Joey, Mokuba suddenly walked towards Leia so he could hug her. But Leia just backed away as her face appeared to be really sad. Leia? Mokuba asked confusedly. Just leave me alone, Leia whispered softly as she looked down to the ground. Mokuba was shocked and felt his heart breaking at what Leia was telling him. What did I do to you? What did I do to you, Leia? What did I do to you, Leia? He demanded. What did you do to me? You just left without even saying goodbye. That's what you did, Mokuba Kaiba, and I'll never forgive you for that. Leia snapped back before she turned around to walk away, but Mokuba just grabbed her forearm to prevent her from leaving. Leia, just let me explain, Mokuba began, but Leia shook her head. No, I don't want your excuses. Now just let me go. Leia Gardner, I'm not letting you go until you turn around and listen to me. Mokuba snapped finally, which made Leia surprised as she heard the new tone in his voice and the way he just said her full name. So she turned around to face him and saw in both his face and eyes that he was being honest. Mokuba soon moved towards her and touched her shoulders so that he could face her, and he told her softly, Leia, I'm really sorry that I didn't get to say bye to you. I should have just said my goodbye to you immediately before I would even follow Zero, but instead I was a jerk who forgot about you and just followed him anyway because of this tragic situation we're in right now. Then he sighed while looking down to the ground sadly. And I don't blame you for being angry at me, so you don't have to forgive me if you don't want to. But if you do, he then looked up to face Leia again and finished softly. Just tell me what it is you want, and I'll make it happen. Leia just looked in his eyes for a moment. Even though the fact that Mokuba left without saying goodbye really hurt her, she knew that he was telling the truth, and she felt like she just had to forgive him. So she moved towards him to hug him tightly, while tears began forming in her eyes. All I want is your love, she cried, before Mokuba wrapped his arms around her tightly and rocked her back and forth while whispering to her softly. Then I'll give it to you. I'll stand by you. I'll be by your side. I'll always love you, and I'm forever yours, faithfully. Leia was surprised at the words Mokuba was telling her, but she relaxed and buried her face in his shoulder. Everything Mokuba told her made her feel like the sea finding its shore, like a traveler returning after a long, hard, distant trip, finally returning home. His arms also made Leia remember the times when Mokuba was always there for her and showing her affection every time she was sad, scared, and lonely. Mokuba still held Leia in his arms for a little longer until he suddenly heard something from behind him, and he turned around to see what it was, and it shocked him. Oh no! This caught Leia's attention, just as Mokuba ran straight towards the car as he held her hand. What's your problem now? Kaiba asked his little brother. It's our problem, Mokuba answered as he gestured to the front. The others all looked to see what Mokuba was pointing to, and they all saw that there were rats that had red eyes. Rats! They exclaimed. I hate those things, Tristan shouted fearfully. Listen up, Jigs. Let's move, Kaiba urged the gang as he ran to the left with the others following him. Quick, the fire escape, Kaiba urged as he gestured to the fire escape, and everyone else stepped on the trash can so they could all head up to the fire escape. Taya was the first to go up, then Mokuba, then Leia. She was being helped up by Mokuba, then Joey as he was being helped up by both Taya and Mokuba, then both Kaiba and Tristan. But just as the rats were already gaining on them, they just held onto the bar as tight as they could to avoid falling on the rats. Where did they come from? Mokuba asked as he held Leia close to him protectively. I smell a rat, and his name's Darts. I smell a rat, and his name is Darts, Kaiba answered sneeringly. A After the rats were gone, the gang all decided to head to Paradise where Yami was at. As soon as they were there, they suddenly saw that Mai was unconscious next to the elevator. "Hey, look guys, it's Mai!" they exclaimed, while the others were all left shocked. "Oh man, don't tell me she lost her soul too!" Mokuba exclaimed, obviously stunned. "I don't mean to sound insensitive, but who's scaring her?" Tristan asked, which made Leia roll her eyes. The gang all just got inside the elevator, and as soon as it reached the top, they all saw that Yami was dueling against Raphael with the seal of Orichalcos. "Pharaoh!" they exclaimed worriedly. "Oh no, we're too late. That guy already played the seal of Orichalcos," Tristan also exclaimed, while Leia was left feeling scared for Yami. Ever since Yami played the seal of Orichalcos, he lost the duel and Yugi lost his soul, and she hoped to God that this wouldn't happen to Yami like it just did to Yugi. "That's more like it," Raphael stated as he was starting to get power due to the Orichalcos. Then he snickered as the Orichalcos appeared on his forehead. Chapter 25, Yami vs. Raphael, Part 1. "This time, the seal belongs to me," Raphael announced suddenly about the Orichalcos on the field. "What were you thinking, Raphael? Now one of us is going to lose his soul," Yami demanded tensely. "That's the whole point, Pharaoh. The Great Leviathan needs power, and once I take you down and capture your soul, that legendary creature will have the strength it needs to awaken." Raphael agreed, which only made Yami furrow his eyebrows. "We'll see." Raphael agreed, which only made Yami furrow his eyebrows. "We'll see. That's the same guy who beat Yugi last time," Tristan exclaimed as he recognized Raphael. Both Tenya and Leia were shocked to know that it was Raphael that defeated Yugi in the last duel. "What?" Kaiba exclaimed, feeling as stunned as the sisters. "The power of the Orichalcos has no equal. You may have had a taste of its boundless energy in our last duel, but I'll show you what it can really do," Raphael explained, as all of his monsters were getting stronger. Now that you're infused with the power of the steel, Guardian Growl, attack! Destroy his powder puppet! Raphael commanded his monster. Before he destroyed Yami's Guri Babylon, Yami's life points went down to 1,000. "You've activated my trap, Rope of Life," Yami snapped as his face-down card lifted up. "What?" Raphael asked, obviously startled. "It brings back the monster that you just destroyed after I discard my hand. Nice try, Raphael. Now, Guri Babylon, return to me," Yami explained firmly, before his Guri Babylon returned to the field. "I'll play this card face down. That ends my turn," Raphael announced as he placed his card face down. "Now what?" Tenya asked tensely. "Yugi needs help. He's only got 1,000 life points," Mokuba answered tensely, which made Leia feel even more scared for Yami. "Who are you kidding, Mokuba? He's one duels with way fewer," Tristan sighed. "So that's the duelist who beat the king of games? Then this is Yugi's chance to win back his reputation and his championship status, so I can take it away," Kaiba thought as he watched the duel between Yami and Raphael intently. "My move," Yami announced firmly before he drew his card. Now I'll transform my Babylon back into the 5 Kuribo brothers. Then Babylon changed back into the 5 Kuribo brothers. Now it's time to take on a new form, Yami announced before all the Kuribos began bouncing around. What's with the circus act? Raphael rolled his eyes. Merge again, my Kuribos, this time to form Kuribanded. Yami commanded his Kuribos before they all turned into Kuribanded. Raphael just laughed as Yami drew his card. If I were you, Raphael, the last thing I'd be doing is laughing. Then he activated his card and it appeared on the field. I just activated my dark magic curtain. This card allows me to summon my ultimate monster. Then all of a sudden, the dark magician appeared on the field. My dark magician, Yami announced proudly. Awesome! What did I tell ya? Tristan cheered, while both Thea and Leia laughed in joy. But he just gave up half of his life points, Mokuba sighed, which made the trio confused. It's part of his plan, Tristan snapped back. Dark Magician, destroy Guardian Elma, Dark Magic attack! Yami commanded Dark Magician before he began attacking. Reveal Trap card, Guardian Formation, Raphael commanded, which made Guardian Elma dodge Dark Magician's attack. She's safe, Raphael announced firmly. But how? Yami demanded. The seal of Orichalcos gives me an extra row of monsters, so my trap card moved Elma to the back row. Now she can be destroyed without going to my front line first, Raphael explained tauntingly. What a wimp. Try fighting instead of hiding, Tristan ranted, obviously exasperated. Actually, that was impressive. He knows how to tap into all the seals of power. Kaiba thought, a little bit impressed with Raphael's skills. It's time to break out my ultimate monster, but first I'll play this card, Celestial Sword Eros, Raphael announced before the sword appeared on the field. The Sword of Eros? This can only mean one thing. He's about to summon Guardian Eros. Yami thought to himself almost nervously. Now I'll draw 2 cards. The time has come to play the card that beat you last time, Raphael announced stunningly as he drew his 2 cards. Yami just roared in reply. It's my Guardian Eros, Raphael stated before his Guardian Eros appeared on the field. I have to act quickly. With 500 points left, I don't have much time, Yami told himself tensely. All of a sudden, Guardian Eros was getting evil due to the Orichalcos. Look what you've done to your Guardian. It's being consumed by darkness, Yami snapped sharply. Exactly, and it's more powerful than ever now. Nothing can stop it, Raphael agreed smoothly. I have to disagree. Observe, Yami snapped back before he sacrificed his Guri Bandit. When Guri Bandit is sacrificed, I can draw 5 more cards. However, I'm only allowed to keep the magic and trap cards. My monsters go straight to the graveyard, Yami explained as he discarded his monsters. Leia was just shocked at what Yami was doing. Yuki, don't do it! That would just make heroes more powerful, Mokuba protested. That's true, but it could have been worth the risk if Yuki drew the right card. I guess we'll find out now, Kaiba replied to his brother observantly before he thought to himself inwardly. Let's see what you got. I kept 2 and discarded 3, Yami announced firmly. Then the stray of the 3 monsters you discarded is added to my Guardian. Eros, raise your sword and drain his master's power, Raphael commanded Eros, which made Yami's left arm rise up, and all of his masters that were discarded will all come and go, so we could give Eros' sword more power. 7,000? What? They exclaimed in disbelief. God, please, no! They also exclaimed in horror. You're about to become a 2-time loser, and this time you're gonna pay up with your soul, Raphael told Yami firmly before he began commanding his heroes. Heroes, attack now! Heroes, attack now! Then Heroes charged straight at Yami's dark magician as Raphael announced, Game over. Yugi! Both Tristan and Tay exclaimed, while Leia was left putting her hands together as in prayer, and her eyes were shut tight. No! Thea cried, but then the sword didn't even destroy Dark Magician, because the sword turned into stone and shattered. By all means, Raphael's life points went down to 3,000. Say what? Raphael exclaimed in disbelief. Allow me to clear things up for you. A few moments ago, I sent 3 monsters to my graveyard, one of which saved me. The card was death, he explained firmly before he presented the card that saved his life, which appeared to be Electromagnetic Turtle. My Electromagnetic Turtle. When this monster was destroyed, it created an electromagnetic barrier, shielding my magician from your attack. No way! He had that planned all along, Raphael exclaimed in disbelief. In your face, meathead, Tristan taunted Raphael proudly, while both Thea and Leia giggled joyfully. The Pharaoh's gonna pay for mocking the power of my guardian heroes, Raphael thought angrily before he suddenly announced out loud. I end my turn. Perhaps you should have thought twice before you poisoned your own monsters with the dark powers of the orichalcos. Take it from someone with experience, betraying your monsters only backfires in the end. Yami growled. You played the Seal of Orichalcos once and all of a sudden you're an expert of the subject? Just go! Raphael dared before Yami drew his card aggressively. As you wish. Now I summon Big Shilgarna in defense mode. Then Big Shilgarna appeared on the field. Next I'll switch my Dark Magician into defense mode, Yami added, before Dark Magician was now in defense mode. Then I'll place one card face down and end my turn, Yami added again, before his face down card appeared on the field. It's over, Raphael announced sharply before he drew his card aggressively. You can't win a duel with defense, Pharaoh. All you're doing is stalling for time. Well, I'm afraid your time's just run out. Eros, destroy his most valuable monster, the Dark Magician, Raphael commanded Eros before Eros' attack charged straight towards Dark Magician. Oh no! Tristan protested. Pharaoh! Leia cried. Leia buried her face in Mokuba's shoulder, not wanting to see Dark Magician get destroyed. Do something! Mokuba called out to Yami. Magical hats, activate! Hide my monsters! Yami commanded as his face-down card lifted up and all the magical hats began hiding his monsters on the field. It turned out that Eros destroyed Big Shilgarna instead of Dark Magician. What's going on? Raphael exclaimed. God bless the magical hats, Leia whispered to herself, relieved. Awesome! Magical hats shuffle Yugi's monsters, so Blondie blasted the wrong one, Tristan exclaimed happily. That's true, but he gets to attack again, So Yugi's magician is still in danger, Mokuba replied to Tristan worriedly. Leia became tense once again. All right, one of these 3 remaining hats is concealing my monster. So go ahead, hit me with your best shot, yelled Raphael sharply. 3 hats and 1 monster. I know what I have to do. I'll use Elma to improve my odds. Then I'll send in Growl to finish things off. Raphael thought of a plan before he began commanding Elma. Go, Elma! Find the dark magician! Then Elma threw her sword at one of the hats, but dark magician wasn't in there. Now I have a 50-50 shot. Guardian Growl, attack! Raphael commanded his growl before he punched another one of the hats. And again, Dark Magician wasn't in that hat. Dark Magician soon got out of the hat he was hiding in. Wrong hat, Yami announced threateningly, which made Raphael shocked as hell. Wrong hat, Yami announced threateningly, which made Raphael shocked as hell. Oh no! What a shame. Looks like you've used up all of your chances, Yami told Raphael sharply. How could I have messed that up? I was about to win the duel and capture the pharaoh. Raphael thought to himself, completely stunned. Then he spoke out loud as he drew his card. My turn's not over just yet. I activate my Rod of Silence. Then the Rod of Silence appeared on the field as Raphael gave an explanation about it. This lets me play another guardian monster, my all-powerful Guardian Kaiest. Then Guardian Kaiest appeared on the field. That ends my turn, Raphael announced firmly. That was a close one, Tristan commented, obviously relieved. All right, there's only one thing that can save him now. Let's see if he has what it takes to play it, Kaiba observed. Let's move on. First, I activate the magic card, Graceful Charity. This allows me to draw 3 new cards as long as I discard 2, Yami announced as his Graceful Charity card appeared on the field. This is my final chance. Please, Heart of the Cards, guide me, Yami thought to himself nervously before he drew his card. His eyes suddenly widened as he discovered that he chose the right card. Then he grinned as he discarded one of his cards. Sorry to disappoint you. Don't tell me, Raphael managed nervously. I'm afraid it's true. I've drawn the Eye of Timaeus, Yami replied with power, which made Raphael scared as hell. And now, Timaeus, arise, Yami commanded, before Timaeus appeared on the field with Dark Magician's help. This is nuts. He didn't, Raphael exclaimed in disbelief. Now I merge my dragon with my Dark Magician, combined to form Amulet Dragon, Yami shouted, just before both Timaeus and Dark Magician combined together and became Amulet Dragon. My new dragon gets 300 points for each magic card in my graveyard, Yami announced firmly, which made Raphael more stunned than ever. Oh no! And in case you haven't been counting, that's 8, which means my Amulet Dragon gets an extra 24,000 attack points, Yami continued, before Amulet Dragon's attack points went all the way up to 53,000. Who's the man? Tristan cheered happily. He is! Both Thea and Leia replied with the same level of happiness. The time has come. Amulet Dragon, attack! Destroy his guardian heroes! Yami commanded Amulet Dragon before he breathed his fire on Raphael's guardian heroes, and it caused her to blow up. Heroes, no! I still need you! Come back! Raphael cried before he eyed Yami and glared at him. "You're gonna be sorry, Pharaoh. Nobody sends my guardian heroes to the graveyard." "Raphael, what are you up to?" Yami demanded, as he saw that the green light was now surrounding the field. "That's creepy," Tristan remarked. "Why is the seal doing that?" Thea asked, while Leia was left trembling tensely. "It must be a glitch in the hologram," Kaiba thought observantly. What's going on? What's going on?" Yami demanded once again. What's going on? What's going on? Yami demanded once again. "My guardian Eros is a creature of light and purity, and when it's destroyed, it's replaced by a different creature, a creature of darkness," Raphael replied angrily, before his creature of darkness appeared from underground, making Yami shocked as hell. "What's that?" "I've got one word. Nasty," Thea remarked tensely. "Here's 4. I'm gonna be sick," Tristan added. Leia buried her face in Mokuba's shoulder, not wanting to keep seeing the creature came out from underground. "For the last time, what is that thing?" Yami repeated his question impatiently. "I told you, when Eros goes to the graveyard, this monster is summoned to the field in its place. So say hello to my guardian Dreadsight," Raphael answered firmly. "Hello and goodbye. It's no match for my dragon," Yami growled. "It will be. First, I'll boost its strength with my Reaper Sight magic card," Raphael replied coolly, before the Reaper Sight appeared on the Dreadsight's hands. "Now for the best part. Thanks to its new weapon, my Guardian of Darkness gains 500 attack points for every monster in my graveyard," Raphael explained, as his Guardian's attack points went up to 45,000. "But why? I thought you despised having monsters in your graveyard," Yami asked, obviously confused. "But I despise you even more. So once a few monsters in the grave, if it means destroying you forever, and with only 500 life points left, you won't last long. But I despise you even more. So once a few monsters in the grave, if it means destroying you forever, and with only 500 life points left, you won't last long," Raphael replied darkly. "Try me. Your move," Yami shot back. "You sound pretty anxious to lose your soul," Raphael taunted. "I'm not worried," Yami glared. "Well, you should be. Now I'll start by switching Guardian Dreadsight into attack mode. Then I'll sacrifice every other monster I have so Dreadsight can absorb their strength," Raphael scoffed, which made Yami shocked as hell. "Don't do it. The Orichalcos is clouding your mind." Then all of Raphael's monsters disappeared. "Raphael, don't you understand what you've just done?" Yami pointed out, but Raphael didn't care. "As a matter of fact, I know exactly what I've done. I've added 2,000 attack points to my Guardian Dreadsight. Read it and weep, Pharaoh." "Do you see that? Now Raphael's monster is stronger," they exclaimed fearfully, while Leia was left trembling tensely. "Bye, Timaeus. It's been a blast," Raphael taunted. "Just go," Yami growled. "You got it. Go, Guardian Dreadsight. Rid the field of his dragon now," Raphael agreed, before his Guardian Dreadsight slashed the hell out of Yami's amulet dragon, which caused both Timaeus and Dark Magician to disappear. Yami's life points went down to 300. "Yami!" Leia managed quietly, as her voice was breaking a little. "You've got no monsters left to protect your life points," Raphael announced stunningly. "He's right. What's he gonna do?" Tristan agreed with Raphael as he felt worried for Yami. Come on, Thea said softly. All right, my move, Yami announced as he drew his card, which made Leia smile. Check it out. The Pharaoh's pretty confident. Thea also smiled. How can he win without that dragon? Kaiba thought to himself instantly. First, I activate Card of Sanctity. Now we both draw from our decks until we're holding 6 cards, Yami announced with power as he held up his Card of Sanctity. Then both Yami and Raphael began drawing their decks until they were holding 6 cards. Now then, I summon Watapon to the field, Yami announced before his Watapon appeared on the field. Next, I'll sacrifice Watapon in order to play my Dark Magician Girl in defense mode, Yami added before his Watapon disappeared and Dark Magician Girl appeared on the field. Then I'll play this and end my turn, Yami added once more as he summoned his card face down. I think it's about time I put you out of your misery. So let's end this, shall we? And I have the perfect card to do it. Obedience! Raphael turned angrily before his obedience card appeared on the field. Now when my guardian attacks, I can force your Dark Magician Girl to switch into attack mode. So when she goes, so do the rest of your life points. Dreadsai, let the fun begin, Raphael explained tauntingly, before Dark Magician Girl suddenly switched into attack mode. Now attack! Wipe out his magician and his life points, Raphael commanded his Dreadsai before he went to attack Dark Magician Girl. But then, I activate Magical Pigeon, Yami announced as his face down card lifted up and the hat suddenly hit Dark Magician Girl, making Dreadsai unable to attack her. What? Raphael exclaimed in disbelief. Are you confused? This magic card can only be used on Dark Magician Girl. It protects her from an attack by transforming her into a pigeon for 1 turn, Yami answered simply, which made Raphael frustrated. You're just stalling. I placed 2 cards face down and end my turn, Raphael announced firmly, just before Dark Magician Girl appeared out of the hat. Pharaoh, can't you say that you're out of options? It's pointless to drag this out, Raphael asked Yami firmly. I'm well aware that the odds are in your favor, but that's no reason to give up. Raphael, you may have the magic of your recargos, but I have something stronger. A belief in the heart of the cards and in myself, Yami replied sharply. How soon we forget. You were once ruled by darkness. Yes, but I was able to conquer it, Yami thought, before he remembered the time when he dueled against Yugi to conquer his darkness. I must help Raphael conquer the darkness in his heart, Yami added instantly, before he drew his card. This duel is far from over, Raphael, he announced powerfully, before he discovered that he chose the right card. Excellent. Now I can do for him what Yugi did for me. I know firsthand what the Orichalcos does to a person's heart, and I can help you. Think, when Eros was destroyed, you unleashed your anger on your other monsters. You let the Orichalcos feed on your rage, like I did, Yami replied to Raphael firmly. So, what's your point? Raphael scoffed. That this isn't who you really are. The darkness within you has taken control, and now you must face that darkness head on. It's the only way for you to save yourself, Yami replied more serious. Raphael just scoffed. You need to be saved. If you don't believe my words, then maybe this will convince you, Yami growled as he held up his card that he drew. What are you holding? Raphael demanded. A card that forces you to take a closer look at yourself. Underworld Circle. Underworld Circle, he answered clearly, which made Raphael shocked as hell. What on earth does that do? Behold, it's time to take some responsibility for what you've done, Raphael. Underworld Circle, activate! Yami announced firmly, before every monster on the field began disappearing. My monster's gone! Raphael exclaimed, shaken. Yes, and so is mine. Now witness your true darkness. Yami agreed firmly, before the darkness began surrounding him and Raphael on the field. I don't like the looks of this, Tristan remarked instantly. Ditto, they agreed with the same level of tension. We can't even see what's going on now, Mokuba explained, while Leia was left holding onto him as tight as she could while trembling intensely. Let's just hope when the smoke clears it's the pharaoh that's standing, Leia hoped shakily. Chapter 26, Yami vs. Raphael, Part 2. The pharaoh's trapped in there with that creep, Tristan exclaimed worriedly. Oh no, Leia said, also feeling worried for Yami. How did this happen? Leia asked shakily. I know, he played that Underworld Circle card, Mokuba observed, as he placed his comforting hand on Leia's shoulder, and even though she was still a bit worried, she was starting to feel a bit of comfort right now. The five just all stared at the dark smoke, worried for Yami for a moment, until all of a sudden the smoke cleared out. Leia just smiled in relief to see that Yami was alright. Check it out, the smoke cleared, Tristan exclaimed, obviously relieved. Is the pharaoh alright? Leia asked hopefully. My underworld circle magic card should have destroyed every single monster on the field. It also forces us to remove every monster card from our decks for the rest of the game. After that, the only creatures we're allowed to use are the ones in our graveyard. That's why my Dark Magician girl is gone now. So why is your dread side still on the field? Yami explained about his Underworld Circle magic card furiously. By eliminating a card from my hand, my Guardian Dread side is able to automatically revive itself, Raphael answered firmly. What do you mean? Yami demanded. I mean, my monster's got a mind of its own. But how? It was created to be indestructible, so not even I can get rid of it. What? Does that mean the pharaoh can't win? Leia asked worriedly, and this made Leia more tense than ever. Thanks to the effect of my magic card, I have access to every monster in my card graveyard now, but your graveyard is off limits, thanks to your dread side. Yami explained about his magic card firmly. Didn't I tell you? There's no turning back. The monsters I sacrificed are gone, and I don't need them. There's only one creature I need now. Raphael scoffed as he referred to his dread side. Darts gave him that beast to feed the darkness in his heart, so perhaps if I destroy it, I can set Raphael free. Yami thought to himself observantly. The power of Underworld Circle lets me bring back my Dark Magician, Yami announced out loud as his Dark Magician returned to the field. He may have a shot after all, Kaiba commented. Yeah, now that he can play cards from his graveyard, he should be able to start kicking some butt, Mokuba agreed, which made Leia blush a bit at his words. I placed this face down, and that ends my turn, Yami announced as he placed his card face down. You're done, Pharaoh, Raphael snarled. Not as long as my magic card's in play. It lets me bring back my Jack's Knight as well. Yami snarled back as his Jack's Knight returned to the field. Leia just smiled widely at the sight. That's awesome. He can summon monsters on his opponent's turn, Mokuba exclaimed happily. You don't scare me. Your pathetic monsters are still no match for mine. Dreadsai, attack his dark magician now! Raphael commanded his Dreadsai. But then... Not so fast, Raphael. Activate zero gravity! Yami announced powerfully, before there was gravity surrounding every monster on the field. Thanks to the power of my trap card, every monster on the field in attack mode automatically switches to defense mode, Yami stated firmly. Hey, you just stopped that zombie thing dead in its tracks, you guys, Tristan exclaimed happily. Raphael just grinned. I don't think so. No, what now? Yami exclaimed startled. I activate my trap, spirit hunting. This card switches my guardian Dreadsai back into attack mode. Now it can pick up where it left off, Raphael answered coolly, as his guardian Dreadsai was switched back into attack mode. Oh man! Mokuba exclaimed, obviously shocked. Please no! Leia whispered shakily. Then Dreadsai slashed the hell out of both Dark Magician and Jack's Knight. Oh no! Leia cried. Raphael destroyed two of his monsters at once, Tristan growled, and Leia just covered her face to stop herself from crying. It's my move, and my magic card allows me to bring back my Dark Magician girl, Yami announced angrily, as his Dark Magician girl returned to the field. Next, I'll activate my Altar of Restoration. By discarding 2 cards from my deck, I can rescue another monster from my graveyard, and the card I choose is Eye of Timaeus. Yami continued, before his Eye of Timaeus returned to the field. Now Timaeus and Dark Magician Girl merge together! Yami commanded both Timaeus and Dark Magician Girl as they merged together as told. He thinks he can use his new dragon special effect to destroy my guardian, Raphael thought to himself sneeringly, before he began speaking out loud to Yami. All right, Pharaoh, let's see what you got. Now, Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Eye, destroy his Dreadsai, Yami commanded his monsters, before both Timaeus and Dark Magician Girl destroy Raphael's Dreadsai together. I guess that's the end of that freak of nature, Tristan guessed, but Dreadsai was still alive. You don't listen very well, do you? I told you Dreadsai is indestructible, Raphael grinned satisfyingly. He knew that monster could revive itself, so why didn't he attack it? Kaiba thought to himself angrily. I place this face down and end my turn, Yami announced as he placed his card face down. Yugi better not let this jump defeat him again. I'm the only one who deserves that glory, Kaiba thought again. Time to finish you off, Raphael announced as he drew his card. Not so fast. I'm using my Underworld Circle card to bring back my Queen's Knight, Yami announced furiously as his Queen's Knight returned to the field. Just face it, your strategy is not working. Now watch this, Raphael scoffed as he discarded one of his cards. By discarding one card, I can activate the Orichalco Sword of Sealing. Then the Sword of Sealing appeared on the field and landed on Timaeus' foot, which made him growl in pain. Well, that's gonna leave a mark, wouldn't you say, Timaeus? Well, that's gonna leave a mark, wouldn't you say, Timaeus? Raphael teased before he began commanding his Dreadsai to attack. And now, Dreadsai, attack Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight. Then Dreadsai's attack charged straight towards Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight. No! Tristan cried. Pharaoh! Both Tei and Mokuba cried together. Leia just buried her face in Mokuba's shoulder, not wanting to see Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight be attacked. "This duel is over," Raphael announced firmly. Just as the Dragon Knight shattered, Yami just screamed as his life points went down to 10. "Hey, wait! How could you be standing?" Raphael asked as he saw that Yami was still standing up. Leia sighed in relief. "I've activated my reduction barrier, which means the number of life points I lose is reduced to 10%. Yami answered sternly. "He saved himself," Tristan exclaimed, surprised to see that Yami was still alive. "Yeah, but he's only got 10 life points left," Mokuba replied firmly, which made both Tei and Leia worry. "Oh man, this duel's still on. I'll fight till my last point is gone, and that's a promise, Raphael." Yami yelled out. "This duel is still on. I'll fight till my last point is gone, and that's a promise, Raphael." Yami yelled at Raphael furiously. "Suit yourself. It won't be long now, and once I crush you, your soul will belong to Master Darts," Raphael replied nonchalantly. "You've been brainwashed, blinded by your own darkness, but I believe there's still good inside you, and I plan to bring it out with this move." Yami snapped back before he drew his Underworld Circle magic card. "First, I'll use the magic of Underworld Circle to bring my Big Shield Garna back to the field." Then Big Shield Garna returned to the field. "Then I'll activate my Pot of Greed. This lets me draw 2 cards," Yami continued, before he drew his 2 cards and saw that he chose the right ones. "Excellent. That's just the card I've been waiting for." Then he looked up to face Raphael and announced, more determined than ever. "Time to face what you did when you betrayed your heart. For now I activate the magic card, Spider Web, which lets me use a card from your graveyard." "What's the point of all this?" Raphael demanded. "I'm using my Spider Web to bring back your Monster Reborn card, and I'm planning on using it to save you by sending you free from the darkness," Yami replied passionately. "Yeah, whatever," Raphael rolled his eyes. "I use Monster Reborn to revive a creature that once saved your life and that you in turn deserted," Yami announced as he brought Guardian Heroes back to life. "Heroes?" Raphael asked, surprised to see his monster. "What's he gonna do with that card?" They inquired. "Hopefully win," Mokuba answered, and Leia just took his hand as she hoped that he was right. "One more thing," Yami spoke before he glanced at Joey, who was still being piggybacked by Tristan. "Joey, I can accomplish this with your help." Then he spoke out loud and announced, "I summon the Claw of Hermos." Then the Claw of Hermos appeared on the field. "Hey Joey, check it out, man. He just summoned your boy," Tristan told Joey happily, and even though Joey was asleep, he appeared to be smiling. "And now, Hermos and Queen Snai combine together to form Goddess Bow," Yami commanded both Hermos and Queen Snai before they both turned into a Goddess Bow together. "That doubles the attack points of Guardian Heroes," Yami stated, as Guardian Heroes' attack points went up to 5,000. "And since Heroes has been removed from your graveyard, your Dread side gets weaker," Yami added, before Dread side's attack points went down to 5,000. "What are you up to? Our monsters are even now, so if you attack, they're both destroyed, but mine comes back," Raphael snapped sharply. "We'll see about that. I have a few more surprises planned. Eros, attack his dread side now, Yami commanded Eros before she shot her arrow at dread side. I activate the special ability of my goddess bow. Now every time your dread side revives itself, Eros can attack again, Yami explained passionately as all the arrows charged straight towards dread side. No! Raphael protested, just as all the arrows landed on dread side. And don't forget, with each attack, you lose another card, Yami added, before all of the cards Raphael was holding disappear. Of course, if Raphael runs out of cards, his monster can come back, Mokuba exclaimed in realization, which made Leia giggle softly as she agreed with what he said. The dark flame of your dread side is now extinguished, Yami announced firmly before Eros began flying up in the sky. Come back, Raphael called out to his monster, but Eros didn't listen and just kept flying all the way up. Raphael was devastated. Now do you understand what you've done? You turned your back on your monsters. At one time, they meant the world to you, but then Darts convinced you to abandon everything that was important to you. He fed you lies about your family and fueled your rage, and in the moment of weakness, you allow your heart to become consumed by the dark magic of your recalcos. But I could tell the real you was still in there, fighting to break free, and I knew what I had to do. Force you to face the darkness, Yami explained to Raphael softly. There's only one problem with your plan, Pharaoh. The seal of Orichalcos still needs to capture one of our souls, so what do you say we finish this off and see who goes? Raphael sighed. No, wait! Yami protested. Too late. My move. I'll use the power of Underworld Circle to bring back my Guardian Grell. Raphael shook his head as he summoned Guardian Grell back to the field. What are you planning to do? Yami demanded. Next, I'll activate my sword charge magic card, allowing me to summon even more monsters from my graveyard, Raphael added as he brought back his other monsters from the graveyard. Whoa, that's 4 monsters, Tristan exclaimed in disbelief. Look, any monster that's summoned by using soul charge can't attack for 1 turn, so he's safe, Kaiba replied to Tristan firmly. Then, look, any monster that's summoned by using soul charge can't attack for 1 turn, so he's safe, Kaiba replied to Tristan firmly. Then why do it? What's his plan? Mokuba asked confusedly. Well, that's it. My graveyard is completely empty. My guardians are free, Raphael said softly. That's true. Now what? Yami agreed, as he wanted to know what Raphael was going to do now. I think you know, Pharaoh. Each monster I brought back from the grave cost me 500 points, Raphael answered with a sigh, as his life points went all the way down to 0. Game over, Raphael announced calmly, as the Orichalcos began disappearing. Raphael! Yami cried, as he quickly ran towards Raphael, but he gasped when he saw that his soul wasn't being taken. It became daylight, and out came Guardian Eros. It's Eros, Yami exclaimed softly, while Leia just looked at the master in awe. You made the correct choice, Raphael. The darkness has lifted. Yami smiled at Raphael softly. You're right. Thank you. Raphael smiled back. As soon as the Orichalcos disappeared, Yami quickly ran towards Raphael. Raphael! The others all followed and also saw that the Orichalcos was gone. Hey, the seal is gone, Tristan exclaimed. Where'd it go? Doesn't it usually put on a big green laser show? Leia asked as she looked around to see where it was. Leia didn't really care where the Orichalcos was at. She just leaned her head on Mokuba's shoulder and sighed happily at the fact that Raphael now realized that he was actually a good guy inside his heart. Yeah, and it usually takes someone's soul too, Raphael nodded, which made both Tristan and Thea confused. Wait, so you're still here? I'm lost, Thea asked. I have a theory. The seal of Orichalcos is powered by the darkness within the person who plays it, but Raphael was able to conquer that darkness. Yami guessed, which made Raphael surprised. So my soul was spared. I'm free. Yami nodded in reply, just before the world began crumbling. Leia was caught in Mokuba's arms, and she held on to him as tight as she could, while her head was on his chest and her eyes were shut tight. What's going on? Thea asked. Oh no, Kaiba exclaimed, shaken to know what was going on. Oh yes, Yami sighed. What? Is it an earthquake? Tristan asked. I'm afraid it's much worse than that, Yami answered shakingly. Chapter 27. Meeting darts at last. The world just kept crumbling, and everyone was getting worried. The building's collapsing, Thea cried as she saw the building starting to collapse. Oh no! Mokuba also cried as he held onto Leia as tight as he could while she was trembling into his chest. Get out of here while you can. You won't have much time, Raphael urged again. He's right, guys, Tristan agreed with Raphael. All of a sudden, the floor was cracking behind both Leia and Mokuba, which startled them, and they backed away from it as Mokuba cried out, We're too late! The building just kept collapsing, and Thea was just frightened than ever. There goes our ride down! Oh, great! We're stranded! Tristan exclaimed, exasperated. Mr. Kaiba, up here! Came Roland's voice, and everyone all looked up to see that Roland's helicopter had just shown up. Look, it's Roland! Mokuba exclaimed, relieved to see him. Thank goodness! Leia sighed in relief. We're safe! Tristan exclaimed happily. Come on, follow me! Mokuba commanded again as he quickly ran towards the helicopter while holding Leia's hand. Let's go, dorks! Move! Kaiba urged again, and Leia rolled her eyes at the fact that Kaiba always called her friends names. The gang soon reached the helicopter, and everyone all quickly got inside. As soon as both Leia and Mokuba sat down on their seats, Leia just hugged Mokuba tightly while shaking in fear. Mokuba hugged her back really tight, and he lightly rocked her back and forth, reassuring her that she was safe now. He also kissed her forehead softly, which made her heart stop, and she moved her head to his chest and closed her eyes when she could just hear his heart beating softly, and she felt safe just as long as she was in his arms. The helicopter suddenly started flying, and Leia was just feeling worried as she realized that Yami was not inside. She buried her face in Mokuba's chest so that she wouldn't have to worry, and tried her best to reassure herself that Yami might either find a way to jump inside the helicopter, or someone might be able to help him inside. After taking a moment to worry, Leia suddenly realized that Yami had just gotten inside the helicopter, so she sighed in relief. Then she and Mokuba broke apart from each other and stood up to their feet so they could join the others watching the building collapse and become an ancient temple. Check it out! It looks like some kind of ancient temple or something, they exclaimed, obviously in awe. I guess that's what Paradu's headquarters really looks like, Tristan exclaimed. I can't say I'm surprised. I think there's more to darts that meets the eye as well. And I think there's more to darts than meets the eye as well. Yami spoke before he looked at the computer chip that Raphael gave to him. Kaiba, have a look at this, Yami told Kaiba as he showed Kaiba the computer chip. What's that? Kaiba inquired. It's some kind of computer chip, Yami answered firmly, before Kaiba took the chip out of Yami's hand so he could plug it on his PDA. Raphael gave it to me, Yami explained. Well, anything? They asked hopefully. Kaiba was shocked when he saw something in his PDA. It looks like a map. To where? Mokuba asked. To Dart's lair, Yami answered firmly, which made Leia feel a bit nervous. Roland, Kaiba called out to Roland. Sir? Roland questioned as he turned around to face Kaiba. Follow this map, Kaiba commanded before he threw his PDA on the nervous Roland's hand. Right away, sir. All of a sudden, then there came a helicopter behind the gang, which startled them, and they all turned around to face it, only to discover that there were more helicopters. We've got company, Mokuba announced tensely, which made Leia hug him from behind as she trembled nervously. Wait, does Dart have his own air force? Tristan suddenly asked. I think he wants us to follow them, Mokuba answered observantly, as he noticed that one of the pilots were gesturing which way they were going. Like we have a choice, Tristan rolled his eyes. Roland's helicopter just kept flying all the way to where the other pilots were leading him to, until they had suddenly reached the government Air Force base. Mr. Kaiba, it appears they led us to a government Air Force base, Roland announced to Kaiba. Then Roland's helicopter carefully landed on the Air Force base, and everyone all headed out so they could face the officers who worked for the Air Force. Just so I'm clear of this, you're good guys, right? Tristan asked them, almost nervously. We'd like to think so. After all, it's our duty to protect and serve the public. In fact, we tracked you kids down because we need your help dealing with the worldwide threat. Crazy as it sounds, we think our only hope may lie in a card game, one of the officers answered firmly. You're right. Someone is using the game of Duel Monsters to wipe us out, Yami agreed with the officer, as he knew what he was talking about. Now you understand why we need you. Who better to stop this menace than the Duel Monsters experts? I see. So if I'm not mistaken, you're asking us to do your job, Kaiba guessed with a hint of sass. The fact is, we've been following Darts around for months, but he leaves no evidence behind, and with no proof, my men and I can't do a thing. I'm telling you, this is no ordinary criminal, and without you, we have nowhere else to turn. I'm afraid this is as far as we're permitted to go. The rest is up to you. Good luck out there, and thank you. You're doing a great service, the officer explained firmly. I'm doing this to save my company, Kaiba rolled his eyes. That may be, but if you beat this Dart's character in his own game, you'll be saving a lot more than just your company. After what the officer said, Kaiba eyed Roland and began commanding him. Roland, let's move out. Then everyone all headed back inside Roland's helicopter, and the helicopter began taking off to Dart's lair. The helicopter just kept flying all the way to Dart's lair until they had just realized they were in some kind of tornado of some sort. Kaiba just sat there not giving a crap. Yami kept his hand on the wall, as he also seemed to not give a crap. Thea held onto the soulless jewelry so that she wouldn't let him fall. Tristan fell back while Mokuba fell on top of Leia. Mokuba quickly sat up as he realized that he was on top of Leia, and Hijago was sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Leia's only response was that she sat up and held onto him as tight as she could as she brought her head to his chest and shut her eyes tight. Mokuba stiffened at her touch, but he relaxed and wrapped his arms around her tightly and securely, reassuring her that he was there for her and he would never let her get hurt. "We should have been at this headquarters by now," Kaiba told Roland firmly as he called him through his coat. "It's this weather, sir. We can't see a thing out there," Roland replied frantically. The gang soon ran to the pilot's area, where both Roland and Fuguta were at, as they were all tense by now. Yami and Kaiba were the only ones who seemed pretty calm. "Just stay calm. I'm sure Darts wants us to reach him," Yami reassured the gang. Just then, Mokuba suddenly spotted something. "Hey, look! That must be the place!" Leia seemed to be pretty shocked and tense at the sight of Dart's lair. "There's no turning back now," Yami stated firmly. "Let's go," Kaiba agreed. "I may be scared, but I can't do this," Leia thought as she exchanged a firm and determined look on her face. The helicopter soon landed in front of the place, and everyone all got out of the helicopter so they could look at the place for a few moments. "We've arrived at the heart of evil," Yami announced firmly. "Do you always have to be so dramatic?" Kaiba rolled his eyes as he, Yami, Leia, and the others started walking inside. "Man, and I thought Pegasus had a creepy pad," Tristan remarked as he looked around the room that was filled with snake statues. "Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the whole snake motif," they replied in agreement. "Enough! Can't you wait outside?" Kaiba snapped at the gang, slightly annoyed. "Listen, we must all stick together. The 6 of us are strongest as a team," Yami told Kaiba firmly, which Leia agreed with. "He's right, Kaiba. Besides, you know they always give us trains whenever we struggle." Kaiba had to admit that Leia was right. With that, the gang all kept walking to where Darts was at. They finally reached the lair and saw that every people were chiseled in stone. "Dude, what's with all these people chiseled in stone?" Tristan asked as he looked around the room. "They're not just any people. Take a look!" Tina exclaimed as she pointed to where every people she and the others knew were at. "Oh no, there's Mayan Weevil!" Yami exclaimed in disbelief. "This must be everyone who lost their soul," Tristan claimed, before Yami suddenly spotted Yugi. "Yugi!" Then he and the others all ran towards Yugi's picture until they suddenly heard Dart's voice. "What a touching reunion!" The gang all stopped at the sound of his voice. "Too bad your friends turned out to be a bunch of stiffs," Dart thought before he laughed and revealed himself. He appeared to be wearing a full-length cloak, which trailed behind him, padded shoulders, cuffed wrists, a raised collar, and the stone that bore the symbol of the Unicalcos around his neck. "Darts," Yami growled. "You were expecting someone else? Well, due to the carelessness of my employees, I'm the only one left. You can't find good help these days," Darts replied coolly. "Look, I want my company back, so can't the small talk," Kaiba snapped sharply. "Is that so? Well, guess what? We all want something. As for me, I want your souls for my wall. I even have the spots picked out," Darts taunted as he gestured to the 3 empty blocks that carry people's souls. "Save it, Darts. It'll take a lot more than a few party tricks to scare me," Kaiba scoffed. Now for the last time, release our friends, Yami chimed in sharply. He's right, otherwise I'll whip your ass, Leia chimed in as well, as she pointed her staff in Dart's direction. That's not possible, Dart scoffed. What do you mean? Yami demanded. I mean they've already been put to use. As we speak, their life energy supplies power to the most devastating creature ever left, Dart answered coolly. Oh great, now what? Leia asked tensely. My 10,000-year-old collection is almost complete. Once I get you free, the beast can rise, Dart concluded, which made Leia feel tense. Hold on, you've been collecting souls for all those years? Do you know how many lives you've destroyed? Yami demanded, which only made Dart snicker. Millions, and each one of them deserved their fate. Take a moment and look around, won't you? Dart replied sinisterly before he began lighting up the whole room. Some of my favorite con guests are in this very room, and since it's taken me 10 millennia to complete, it's quite a history lesson. The others were all tense as they knew that Dart took other people's souls from the past. The others were all tense as they knew that Dart took other people's souls from the past. He's right. Look at the outfits on these guys. Tia shivered. So some of these people lived in the past? Kuba asked, almost shaken. Now you're catching on. Ever since the Grey Leviathan was laid to rest, I've been gathering the energy necessary to fuel its rebirth. Dart's tongue, but Kaiba was unimpressed. Come on, you expect us to believe that junk? Be of little faith. Just do me, and I promise I'll make a believer out of you. For when you lose, there will be no denying my power, Dart proposed coolly. Then let's stop talking and start dueling, Kaiba growled. You can't, Kaiba, not alone. This lunatic is far too dangerous, Yami warned Kaiba firmly. He's right, Kaiba. In fact, I should help too, Leia chimed in agreement, which shocked both Tenya and Mokuba. He's right, Kaiba. In fact, I should help too, Leia chimed in agreement, which shocked both Tenya and Mokuba. So why don't you two join him? When I defeat you, I'll get 3 souls with a slice of one, Dart stated as he radiated his chaos duel disc. Kaiba, Yami, and Leia all just glared at Dart while he was laughing for a moment, until they all radiated their duel disc in determination. All right, ready, Kaiba? Ready, Leia? Yami asked the pair. Yes, Leia nodded firmly. I'm way ahead of you. Kaiba also nodded as he, Yami, and Leia all placed their decks inside their duel disc. Chapter 28, A Duel with Darts, Part 1. Darts drew his 5 cards and announced the trio coolly. Ladies and gentlemen, let the games commence. Oh man, Taya said tensely. This is it, Mokuba commented before both he and Taya glanced at Leia for a moment. Even though they were still worried about her, they knew that she'd do fine. Good luck, Taya, they both thought at the same time. I'll go first. Stand back, Kaiba announced firmly as he drew his card. I activate the Magic Dragon White Dragon Ritual. That means I can do this. I discard my Force Rider in order to summon Paladin of White Dragon, Kaiba explained before his Paladin of White Dragon appeared on the field. But wait, because here comes the best part. I sacrificed my Paladin to bring out my ultimate fighting machine, and now the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Kaiba added, before his paladin of white dragon disappeared and blue eyes white dragon came to the field. As much as I love to blast you, I'm not permitted to attack since this was my first move, so I'll let my partners take over now, Kaiba concluded, which both Yami and Leia agreed with as they both drew their card in determination. Don't mind if we do. Here goes, Yami agreed as both he and Leia chose their cards. First, I'll activate my Black Luster ritual, which lets me sacrifice my Valkyrian the Magnet Warrior in order to summon my Black Luster Soldier, Yami announced before his Black Luster soldier appeared on the field. That should give you plenty to deal with, so I'll end my turn, Yami concluded firmly before he glanced at Leia to see which monster should summon on the field. I shall summon Celtic Guardian on the field, she announced as she summoned her Celtic Guardian on the field. That ends my turn, she stated firmly. All right, Darts better watch out. They just summoned 3 Major League monsters on their first turn, Mokuba cheered happily, which made Leia's face go pink a bit. Those pathetic creatures may work in your little card tournaments, but I'm afraid I play a completely different game. A game in which the winner takes all and the loser pays the ultimate prize. Dart stunned as he drew a card that releases the wind. Everyone all braced themselves to prevent falling back, and Leia moved over to Yami's side so she could hug him as tight as she could and prevent herself from flying back. This card was born from the darkness itself. Behold, a power that has existed since the dawn of time, the very power that shall strip you of your souls, Darts announced stunningly before the orichalcos began appearing on the field. Oh no, Kaiba commented tensely. The seal of orichalcos! Both Yami and Leia exclaimed together, feeling as tense as Kaiba was. Just then the trio were all feeling tense as they discovered that Darts was getting more powerful. What, do you feel that? Mokuba asked both Tristan and Thea tensely. If you mean the sudden drop in that freaky evil vibe in the air, then yes I do, Tristan replied, also as tense as Mokuba was. Me too, Thea agreed, feeling more tense than ever. Now that I've set the tone for this duel, allow me to continue, Darts turned before he drew his card and began summoning it to the field. Watch this. Arise, Orichalcos Gigas, Darts announced as his Orichalcos Gigas appeared on the field. I faced this beast before, and it was almost impossible to destroy it, Kaiba, Yami told Kaiba tensely, which made Leia shocked and started trembling as she knew that this monster was what made Yugi lose the duel. That's 'cause last time you didn't have me or Leia to bail you out, Kaiba replied smartly, only to warn a glare from Leia. Next, I'll sacrifice 500 of my life points, Darts announced coolly, as his life points went down to 45,000. That lets me summon my Orichalcos Kyutora, and thanks to the seal, it gets an additional 500 points. Darts explained about his Orichalcos Kyutora before its attack points went up to 1,000. Alright, I guess that'll do for now, Darts concluded calmly. Then allow me, Kaiba shot back before he drew his card. Then he grinned and laughed as he knew that he chose the right one. How sad. I actually believed I was up against a talented duelist until I witnessed your poor excuse for an opening move. You left 2 weak monsters out on the field with no protection, and thanks to this, I'm about to blow them away. Guess you should have fought twice before challenging me. I'm president of the world's largest gaming corporation. You know why? Because no one's mastered the game of dual masters like I have. So check this out. I play the magic card polymerization. This lets me fuse the two blue eyes in my hand with the one I have on the field. Kaimatan, just before his other two blue eyes white dragons appear on the field next to his first one. Show yourself, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon! Show yourself, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon! Kaiba commanded, before the three blue eyes all combined together and became Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Alright, time to pick up where Kaiba left off. You'll never withstand the combined power of our dueling decks, and I'm about to prove it, Dart. With this, my polymerization magic card, and I'll use it to fuse Kaiba's dragon with Leia's stealthy guardian and my black luster soldier in order to form a new monster. Yami announced with power before Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Black Luster Soldier, and Salty Guardian all began combining together. Behold, Master of Dragon Soldier Guardian! Yami announced with more power as the three monsters were all combined together with 5,000 attack points. No way! 5,000 attack points? Tristan exclaimed in disbelief. Man, talk about the dream team! I exclaimed, both happily and pumped up at the same time. I reveal my trap card, Meteor Rain. With this card, you lose the difference between my monster's attack points and the defense points of your monster. Yami explained about his trap card angrily. If my math is right, that's a difference of 35,000, they observed almost excitedly. That's enough to leave Darts with 6, Mokuba cheered. It's time to take you down and free my friends. Go, Master of Dragon Soldier Guardian, attack his Orichalcos Gigas and wipe out what's left of his life points. Your twisted game is done. Yami snarled at Darts furiously as Master of Dragon Soldier Guardian got ready to attack Darts. And this duel with... Kaiba started commanding before both Yami and Leia finished with him. Saber Blast! They all shouted in unison. Then Master of Dragon Soldier Guardian sent its attack on Darts' Orichalcos Gigas, which made him disappear. That's it! The duel's over! That's it! The duel's over! They exclaimed happily. But Darts just laughed because nothing seemed to work. Kaiba, Yami, and Leia all watched tensely. Such a valiant effort, Pharaoh. Fortunately, your attack was in vain. Now watch this. Darts stunned before there appeared to be a bright white line surrounding the field. What's going on? Mokuba asked as he shielded his eyes from the brightness. Beats me, Taya shrugged as she also shielded her eyes from the brightness. The bright light soon went up and brought the trio with it as they all shielded their eyes from the brightness. Leia just held on to Yami as tight as she could while she buried her face into his stomach. Soon the bright light was gone, and the trio all saw that they were brought into outer space. You mind telling me why we're floating in space? Kaiba asked both Yami and Leia confusedly. I don't know. Yami shrugged as he looked around space. Neither do I. Leia shrugged as well, and she also looked around space. All of a sudden, Darts showed up in front of the trio. It's Darts! Yami growled. Why the hell did you take us here anyway? Why the hell did you take us here anyway? Leia demanded angrily. I suggest you take us back, Kaiba commented sharply. But we never left. What you're experiencing right now is merely a vision generated by the Orichalcos. That's how the seal communicates. It shows us images of things as they were or as they might one day be. Just look, this is the darkness that has always existed. Darts explained fully as he gestured around space. What are you trying to prove with all this? Yami demanded. That human beings spend every second of their lives surrounded by dark energy. It has contaminated our planet. And now, at the core of everyone's heart, you'll find pure darkness. And when a human being crosses paths with Neoricagos, the evil inside is set free. It was on this very day, 10,000 years ago, that I came into contact with this powerful force, and it opened my eyes. Darts answered in explanation, which made Leia shocked at the story that Darts went through. You mean it took over your mind, don't you? Yami corrected sharply. I should have expected such ignorance from you, Pharaoh. You choose to shut yourself off from the truth, just as my people did so long ago when I presided over paradise on earth. Dart scoffed before he now brought the trio to the city of Atlantis. What's that? Kaiba exclaimed. You're getting a glimpse of the legendary city of Atlantis, as it was 10,000 years ago when I ruled as king, Dart answered, which shocked both Yami and Leia. You were king? Indeed I was, and I shall be once again, for when I defeat you, paradise shall return. Dart nodded sharply, while he and the trio glared at each other in determination. Chapter 29, A Duel with Darts, Part 2. Behold, the lost city of Atlantis and all its glory, just as it was 10,000 years ago, a perfect civilization, or so I thought, surrounded by ocean as far as the eye could see. We were isolated from the rest of the world, Darts announced as he gestured around the city of Atlantis. Our lives were simple. We existed side by side with all of Earth's creatures, and we knew nothing of violence. But then that changed. Darkness descended upon us, and a strange substance rained down from the heavens. A substance that would change our lives, Darcy explained to the trio, which hit both Yami and Leia in realization. The Orichalcos, they both said together. Please tell me that story time it's over. I'd like to duel, Kaiba told Darts worriedly. The tale of my past directly affects the fate of your future, so if I were you, I'd pay close attention, Darts replied firmly before he continued his story. Now, thanks to the stones of the Orichalcos, the people of Atlantis made advancements in technology that were never before imagined, and soon I ruled over the most highly developed civilization the world had ever known. However, with progress comes greed and eventually violence. I knew what had to be done, but my father, former King Ironheart, had different ideas. What Dart said shocked Yami. Ironheart was your father? But how? If you ask questions, this ridiculous story is never gonna end. Kaiba rolled his eyes, only to earn a glare from Leia. Kaiba, this is serious, she snapped defensively. That old fool never had what it took to be king, and on my 21st birthday, he allowed me to take over and fill his unimpressive shoes. So as technology continued to advance and the hearts of my people continued to sink deeper into the darkness, it was up to me to remedy the situation. The citizens of Atlantis were growing more and more selfish, and if I didn't act soon, I would lose complete control. But even I couldn't have imagined what would happen next. The Orichalcos began to test us. It revealed the truth about who we were. Those who were wicked on the inside became wicked on the outside. I didn't realize it at first, but the true colors of my people were revealed to me that day. I couldn't understand how a society as perfect as ours could crumble like this, but soon the Orichalcos would answer all my questions. The people of Atlantis were evil, and I had been chosen to wipe them out and start over again. But I couldn't accomplish such a task on my own. I was but one man, so the Orichalcos gave me a gift, something powerful enough to leave my fight against mankind. For deep below the earth's surface lurked the most incredible creature that ever lived, the great Leviathan. In the end, it was mine, and surely this great beast will return to finish what it began. I was ready to begin my task of recreating civilization on Earth, but one person stood in my way, and so the Battle of Atlantis began. You see, my father had opened up a getaway to the dominion of the beast, and he used the monsters within to form an army of his own. Darts explained about his past, which shocked Yami even more. Tell me, what was the battle's outcome? What was the battle's outcome? Neither side was victorious, and Atlantis sank to the bottom of the sea. My father's monster army was scattered around the world and sealed away until they'd be needed again. The Leviathan was drained of its power and also sealed away. It's taken me 10,000 years to gather the energy necessary to bring it back. All that's left for me to do is defeat you in this duel. Then your souls will awaken the great Leviathan, and my plan will finally come to pass. Dart's answer, which made Leia feel a bit tense, as she hoped that neither she or Yami or Kaiba would lose their souls, so Darts could keep his promise on what he planned. Hold on, we already defeated you. Our master of Dragon Soldier Guardian should have wiped out the rest of your life points. Kaiba sneered. Perhaps it should have, but I'm afraid it didn't. Your pathetic attack failed short of its target, so this duel is still on. Darts replied mockingly. Before he left, Kaiba, Yami, and Leia all just glared at Darts as he had finally brought them back to his lair. Hey, check it out, they're back! They exclaimed happily, relieved to see that the trio were back. Awesome! Tristan cheered. Go Zero, go Leia! Mokuba cheered both his big brother and sweetheart on, which made Leia blush a big red at the sound of his voice, but she turned around to face him and gave him a big smile. It was revealed that Dart had 35,000 life points left. No way! You didn't lose one single life point! Kaiba exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't I just tell you your attack didn't work? Thanks to the special ability of my Kyutora, my damage was reduced to 0. Darts mocked, made the others all disappointed. That's crazy! He dodged an attack by their strongest monster! Mokuba exclaimed in disbelief. And what's worse, it's his turn now, Tristan added observantly. Orichalcos Gigas, return! Darts commanded, as his Orichalcos Gigas returned to the field. I told you, Kaiba, each time his Gigas is destroyed, it comes back even stronger. Yami told Kaiba, obviously exasperated. Leia just trembled tensely. Face it, you'll never defeat me. The power of the Orichalcos will swallow you free. Now back to the duel. Since my Gigas returned to me, I can't draw a card. But no matter, everything I need is in my hand, so I'll exchange the power of the seal with this, the magic of Orichalcos Deuteros. Dart stunned the trio as he drew his Orichalcos Deuteros card and laughed. Then the Orichalcos Deuteros appeared on the field, which was paralyzing the trio. What's going on? I demanded. Somehow he's made the seal of Orichalcos. Yami Snow. Somehow he made your zero follicle stronger. Yami Snow, which made Leia feel really tense. Somehow he made the zero follicle much stronger. Yami Snow. Sorry. Wait a minute. Somehow he made the zero follicle stronger. Yami Snow, which made Leia feel really tense, and she put her hands together as in prayer, while shutting her eyes tight. Somehow he's made the zero follicles. Yami Snow, which made Leia feel really tense, and she put her hands together as in prayer, while shutting her eyes tight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second level of darkness, Darts announced tauntingly. The what? Kaiba asked confusedly. I don't know how, but Dart just added another layer to the seal of Orichalcos. Yami answered, just as the Orichalcos Deuteros was finally on the field. Right, so what does that mean? They asked confusedly. Right, so what does that mean? They asked confusedly. The first benefit of my Orichalcos Deuteros is the addition of 500 life points each turn for every monster I have on the field. Therefore, since I have 2, that's 1,000 points. Darts answered coolly, which shocked Kaiba. What? How are we supposed to wipe him out? You're not. It makes me invincible. Next, I'll attack your master or dragon soldier guardian. Darts answered mockingly, which shocked both Yami and Leia. Go, my Orichalcos Gigas! Darts commanded his Gigas before he went to attack. But then... Nice try, but my dragon's too strong! Yami snapped before his dragon breathed his lightning on Gigas, which made him shatter once again. Kyutora, absorb all the damage! Darts commanded his Kyutora before he did what Darts told him to. My life points are safe, and now my Gigas returns. Darts taunted as Gigas returned to the field. Leia sighed in exasperation. That creep, he's letting his Orichalcos Gigas get his butt kicked on purpose, so it can't come back stronger, Tristan ranted angrily. That can't be it. His monster will have to be destroyed 7 more times before he can defeat my dragon, so there must be more to his plan. Perhaps the secret lies in his Kyutora and its ability to absorb attack damage. Yes, that creature must have another special ability. Yami thought to himself observantly. All right, Darts, my move, Kaiba suddenly announced as he drew his card. Then he stared at Kyutora intently as he thought to himself. As long as that ice soars on the field, it's pointless to attack his Orichalcos Gigas, because Darts won't lose any life points. Plus, Gigas will just come back stronger. But if I attack Darts directly, I should be able to win the duel. I placed 1 card face down on the field, Kaiba announced out loud as he placed his card face down on the field. And next I summoned my Blade Knight, Kaiba added as he summoned his Blade Knight on the field. And since I have only 1 card left in my hand, Blade Knight gets another 400 attack points, Kaiba explained as his Blade Knight's attack points went up to 2,000. I think they'll do for now, Kaiba concluded before he glanced at both Yami and Leia. He's setting himself up for something, Yami thought as he glanced at Kaiba intently. Yugi better not screw this up for me, nor should he let Leia screw this up, Kaiba thought, and Leia felt annoyed as she looked between Yami and Kaiba. I wish they just realized by now that we're all working together as a team, for God's sake, Time to pick up where I left off, Yami announced as he drew his card. Yugi, hold on. I'm sacrificing my Blade Knight to activate this card. Reflect energy. Kaiba stopped Yami before the reflect energy flew out of the card and landed on the wall. Alright, Yugi, it's up to you to blow this freak show away with your Dragon Soldier Guardian. Once you attack, my reflect energy satellite will redirect the blast to his life points and wipe him out. Kaiba instructed Yami, which he agreed with. Alright. Then he faced his dragon and commanded him, Dragon Soldier Guardian, attack with Dragon Saber Blast. Then the dragon breathed his saber blast on the reflect energy, which caused it to redirect towards darts. Nice! They were able to flatten that freak together. They cheered, pumped up than ever. Of course they were, Mokuba agreed, also feeling pumped up. Of course they were, Mokuba agreed, also feeling pumped up. Just as the saber blast went straight towards darts, it destroyed the Orichalcos Gigas instead, which shocked Kaiba. Oh no! That attack was supposed to hit Darts, not his monster. Darts just laughed. It's a force field, but how did he create it? Yami explained in disbelief. Beats me, Leia replied as she nervously chewed on her fingernail. By using the second layer of the shield, of course. Whenever my life points are targeted, my Orichalcos Deuteros steps in to defend me. It's simple. I make a sacrifice so that your monster takes the hit. Darts answered coolly, which made the trio all startled. You know what that means, right? Your dragon just attacked itself. Darts chuckled before the saber blast now charged straight towards the trio's dragon. Pharaoh, Leia! Both Tristan and Thea cried out. Do something! Mokuba chimed in. I activate my diffusion, Yami announced, as the diffusion separated Blue Eye's ultimate dragon, Black Luster Soldier, and Salty Guardian away from each other, making them all safe from harm. Talk about luck of the draw, Dart stunned, and both Kaiba and Leia glared at him furiously. It's not luck, it's through teamwork and determination that we have avoided your attacks, Yami replied firmly. You have a little speech for everything, don't you, Pharaoh? You must get so tired of being right all the time. Well, don't worry, cause that all ends here. So listen closely as I teach you a little lesson of my own, and I assure you it has nothing to do with teamwork or friendship, and it all starts with this. A magic card known as Orichalcos Mirror. Now all I have to do is sacrifice a monster from my hand in order to summon my Mirror Knight Calling, which in turn calls 4 knights to the field to protect me. Darts described mockingly, before the 4 knights all appeared on the field. He played 4 monsters in one turn? Thea cried. You poor fools. You'll never get past my Mirror Knights. And thanks to my Orichalcos Deuteros, I gained 3,000 more life points. Dart stunned as his life points went up to 75,000. That's insane! Mokuba exclaimed in disbelief. Now pay close attention to the mirror's reflection, Dart instructed the trio mockingly, before they all looked at themselves in the mirrors. All right, what's going on? Kaiba demanded. Each knight reflects something or someone on your side of the field. That dictates the value of their attack points, Dart's answer, which made both Yami and Leia shocked. So that means, they started before Dart interrupted them. Yes, it does. My knights receive the same number of attack points as their target. Then the mirror revealed Blue Eye's ultimate dragon, Blackluster Soldier, and Salty Guardian. Then it revealed the trio as Darts laughed lightly. Then the four knights destroyed all three of the trio's monsters, and they even slashed the hell out of the trio, making them all wince in pain. What's wrong? Scared of your own reflections? Darts asked the trio tauntingly, as their life points went down to 45,000, while they all glared at Darts furiously. As long as my mirror knight calling crystal is on the field, my monster shields will always return, which means my mirror knights can't be destroyed, so go ahead and summon whatever you like. Darts taunted. Fine, I will. But first, I think I'll activate my card of demise. It lets me draw 5 new cards as long as I discard my entire hand in 5 turns. But it's worth it for a fresh start. Kaiba shot back before he held up one of his cards as he announced. Next, I'll play my Silent Doom card so I can summon a monster from my grave in defense mode, and I choose Blade Knight. Then Blade Knight returned to the field. And now I sacrifice Blade Knight in order to summon Geyser Glider. Kaiba continued as his Blade Knight disappeared and Geyser Glider appeared on the field. And last, I'll place one card face down. Kaiba finished before he placed his card face down on the field. I must say I'm impressed. Your Geyser Glider is safe from any monster with the same number of attack points, so my knights can't crush it. Darts mocked before Yami thought to himself instantly. Kaiba may be safe for now, but we need to find a way to destroy his monsters, not hide from it. Then he spoke out loud to Darts. All right, Darts, my move. Then he drew his card and flipped it to himself so he could see which card he drew. Mirror Force. This should help. First I'll place one card face down, and then I'll summon my big shield Gardna to the field in defense mode. That's all for now, Yami announced out loud as he placed his Mirror Force face down and summoned big shield Gardna on the field. Leia drew her card and announced firmly, I place this card face down, and then I'll summon Herald of Creation. That's it for now. Then her face down card and Herald of Creation both appeared on the field, making Darts scoff. How pathetic. Now then, since it's the start of a new turn for me, I gain another 3,000 life points. We must stop him and fast, Yami said tensely before he thought to himself for a moment. When Darts attacks, I'll activate my Mirror Force to counteract his mirrors and destroy his knights. Hold on, folks. I activate my Trap card, Kaiba suddenly announced as his face-down card lifted up. Your knights are only safe if your Mirror Knight calling magic card is in play. So now I'll squash it with Ring of Destruction, Kaiba stated before his Ring of Destruction went flying on the Mirror Knight calling, which caused it to explode. Kaiba grinned as his life points went down to 3,000. Now when your knights are destroyed, they can't come back, Kaiba taunted before the knights' helmets began cracking. Hey, wait! What's going on? Kaiba exclaimed, which only made Darts grin. Then the 4 familiar faces of Yugi, Joey, Mai, and Pegasus were all revealed. Recognize anyone? Darts asked, smirking. Yugi! Both Yami and Leia cried out at the sight of Yugi. Yugi! Both Yami and Leia cried out at the sight of Yugi. But how? Yami asked as his voice was breaking. I control the souls of your companions, remember? Darts answered coolly. Let them go! Tristan growled. Attack my knights, and you'll be attacking your friends, Dart mocked, which made both Yami and Leia stunned. If I had played my mirror force, that would mean my friends would be gone forever, by my own hand, Yami told himself. No matter what you do, you lose. It's impossible to defeat me without destroying these monsters, and you can't destroy my knights without destroying the souls of your friends. Dart stunned before he laughed. The trio all just stood there tensely. Chapter 30 A Duel with Darts, Part 3. So tell me, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of my newest soldiers? I'm sure there's no need for any introductions. Dart stunned the trio, who seemed to be really furious. That's not funny, Darts, Yami growled. Maybe not to you, Dart scoffed. That's enough, Leia stepped in angrily. Just drop the magic act and let's duel. Kaiba also stepped in impatiently. But we are dueling, you insensible twit. We're just doing it by my rules, that's all. Since I now control the souls of your former friends, I thought it would be fun to let them play along with us. Dart stunned. Leave them alone, Leia cried. What did they do to you? Tristan demanded, which only made Dart scoff. You should be thanking me. And why is that? Leia snarled. I'm giving you one last chance to see your companions before their souls are gone forever, Dart answered coolly, which made both Yami and Leia furious than ever. You'll never take them away from us, Darts, Yami yelled. That's right, Pharaoh. Let your anger consume you. Feel the darkness within you beginning to spread. The stronger your rage, the more powerful the Grey Leviathan will be when it absorbs your soul. Dart stunned before he now turned to face the Mirror Knight Yugi. Now where was I? Ah yes, Mirror Knight Yugi, it's time to attack your other half. Yami just snored while Leia looked on in worrisome. No, Yugi, fight it. I know you can hear me. Yami pleaded to Yugi desperately, which made Yugi begin to struggle by now. What's this? My soldier is still loyal to you? How touching. Even though you turned your back on him, he refuses to seek revenge. That will soon change, Dart mocked, which made Yami boil up even more. We'll see, he growled darkly. Let's move on. I lay a card face down on the field. Dart stunned before his face down card appeared on the field, and he looked up to face Kaiba. Let's see what you got, Kaiba. My pleasure, Kaiba agreed before he drew his card and looked at it for a moment. I'm not gonna be intimidated just because he put a few familiar faces on his little soldiers, he thought before he flipped his card to show it to Darts and speak out loud. First I'll play my Pot of Greed magic card, letting me draw twice, and then I'll activate my Cost Down card. It lowers the level of a monster in my hand, so I can summon it without a sacrifice. Now I call to the field my Different Dimension Dragon. Then the Different Dimension Dragon appeared on the field. And thanks to its special ability, my dragon can't be destroyed by any monster with less than 19,000 attack points. And don't forget, my Geyser Glider can't be destroyed by your knights either. Kaiba continued sharply. Well, what are you waiting for? Darts asked worriedly. Geyser Glider, attack knight number 3! Kaiba commanded his Geyser Glider, which made the others feel tense. But that's mine, Tristan protested. Please stop! Please stop! Mokuba pleaded. Kaiba! Both Yami and Leia protested. Quiet! I'm not gonna let some mind trick stop me from winning this duel. That lunatic takes control of my company, and I'm prepared to do whatever I have to do to get it back. Do I make myself clear? I must snap back, which only made Darts grin. I'm begging you, Yami pleaded, but Kaiba still didn't care. Please, Yugi, he's trying to stall us, and I told you it's not going to work on me. Yami sighed in defeat. Very well. Then he thought to himself for a moment. What are we supposed to do? If we let Darts win, then he'll capture us, and the whole planet will suffer. But if we fight back, our friends will be lost forever. Leia just looked at Yami with a worried expression on her face, knowing how much he wanted to defeat Darts, but he also didn't want to hurt their friends. So you got a dweeb army. Am I supposed to be scared to attack? Kaiba turned Darts, which only made him grin. Well, only if destroying an innocent soul concerns you. Nah, as the president of a major corporation, I have to do that every day. Now, Geyser Glider, continue your attack on his Mirror Knight. Kaiba scoffed before his Geyser Glider began breathing his fire on Mai. Oh no, Mai! Oh no, Mai! Leia cried just before Mai shielded herself. Even though Mai was saved, the shield just broke in pieces. There goes her mirror shield, Mokuba exclaimed. That means one more attack and she's... There goes her mirror shield, Mokuba explained. That means one more attack and she's gone, Leia whimpered worriedly. Different dimension dragon, attack her again! Kaiba commented his dragon before he went to attack, making both Yami and Leia worry. Kaiba, stop! They both protested, just as the dragon breathed his fire on Mai again. Oh no! Yami whispered to himself worriedly. Mai! Leia whispered, before she covered her eyes, not wanting to see Mai get destroyed like this. Hey, look! Leia suddenly exclaimed, before Leia moved her arms away from her eyes and saw that Joey had just shielded Mai, but his shield also shattered as well as Mai's. Joey saved her, Yami exclaimed. I don't believe it, Tristan also exclaimed. Now he lost his shield, Leia cried worriedly. Mai's alright thanks to Joey, Yami stated. Yes, and by sacrificing his own shield to protect Mai, Joseph Wheeler just ruined your attack, Darts agreed tauntingly. Figures Wheeler messed things up. I'll place one card face down and end my turn. Kaiba sneered before Yami got ready to draw his card. Back to me. Yugi, you know what you have to do for us to win. Crush Wheeler and Mai. Kaiba told Yami firmly, which made him feel conflicted as he drew his card. No, I can't endanger them. No, I can't endanger them. Come on, neither one of them has a shield. Now attack! Kaiba snapped impatiently, which still made Yami feel conflicted as he looked at all four of his friends. I refuse to put my friends in harm's way. Then he spoke out loud to Darts. All right, Darts, I have no choice but to end my turn. What Yami said shocked Kaiba. What are you doing? Then Kaiba glanced at Leia to see if she could attack, but Leia sighed as she looked down to the floor sadly. I can't do it either, so I'm also ending my turn. Darts just grinned at Yami and Leia's refusal to attack. Leia, Mokuba managed, as he looked at Leia sadly. Leia, Mokuba managed, as he looked at Leia sadly. Oh no! If the Pharaoh or Leia don't attack, then Darts is gonna win, Leia cried. Don't worry, They'll think of something. Thea. They always do. Tristan reassured Thea. You two had your chances and failed. So it's up to me to do what you two couldn't. But first I'll take a few life points, compliments of the Orichalcos. Now on to you, friends. If neither of you can choose which one to attack, then I'll choose for you. And I'll use this, the magic card, Twin Bow Centaur. Dart stand before his twin bow centaur appeared on the field. Next I'll pick two monsters, one on my side of the field and one on yours. Then my centaur will randomly choose one of them to remove from the game permanently. I think I'll target Kaiba's Geyser Glider and Mirror Knight Joseph, Dart explained mockingly, which made Kaiba startle. If that arrow removes Joey from the game, we'll never get him back, Tristan observed tensely. You're right, and if it hits Zero, he'll lose most of his life points, Mokuba agreed with the same level of tension as Tristan. Kaiba or Joseph? Who will it choose? Dart asked stunningly, before the arrow pointing at Kaiba's direction began firing. Looks like you're the unlucky one this time, Mr. Kaiba. Dart stunned before the arrow charged straight at Kaiba's geyser glider, and he shattered to pieces. Zero! Mokuba cried out. No! No! Both Yami and Leia cried out as well. Kaiba groaned in pain as his life points went down to 600. I wouldn't want to end things on such a sore note, so allow me to share with you the upside of this strategy. My card requires me to end my turn. Dart stunned, which made Kaiba really furious. That is good news. Now I can do what your Siamese donkey twins should have done last turn, he snarled before he drew his card. Remove Joey Weller from the game once and for all, Kaiba commanded his dragon, which shocked both Yami and Leia. Kaiba! Just save it. That second-rate jump has held me back for the last time. Different dimension dragon, attack! Kaiba snapped back before his dragon went to attack Joey. No, don't do it! No, don't do this! Both Yami and Leia cried out in protest. Too late! Kaiba shook his head before all of a sudden Yugi defeated... Too late! Kaiba shook his head before all of a sudden Yugi defended Joey with his shield, but his shield also shattered as well as Joey and Mai's. No way, Kaiba explained in disbelief. This time Yugi protected Joey, Taya breathed, which made Dart chuckle. How cute. Maybe friendship does conquer all, and thanks to your friends' loyalty to one another, I'll be able to conquer you free. That's enough. I won't let you use them for your own selfish scheme, Yami growled as he began drawing his card. I activate Mystical Space Typhoon, which removes your centaur from the field, Yami announced powerfully, before the typhoon began destroying Dart's centaur for good. That ends my turn, Yami stated firmly. You're a poor fool, Dart mocked, before he drew his card and taunted Yami some more. You just wasted your turn destroying a creature I didn't need, and wait till you see what I'm about to replace him with. I summon Orichalcos Malevolence. Then Orichalcos Malevolence appeared on the field, and thanks to the second layer of the Sacred Seal, my power increases by another 3,000 points, Dart stated, before his life points went up to 15,500. He's got over 15,000, Tristan exclaimed in disbelief. He's got over 15,000, Tristan exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah, and my brother's only got 600. One more attack and he's toast. Mokuba agreed shakily. I think we both know what has to happen now, Mr. Kaiba. But don't you fret, because I'll make sure that soul of yours is put to good use, just as soon as it's mine. Orikako's malevolence, attack! Darted down Kaiba before Orikako's malevolence punched the floor, which created fire. It's been a real blast, Dart stated longingly, before the fire charged straight towards Kaiba's dragon. Hold on, Darts. I activate the attack guidance barrier. Now I can redirect your attack to a different monster and raise his strain by 600. And I know exactly who to pick. Kaiba suddenly announced before he glanced at both Yami and Leia, who nodded their heads in agreement. Yugi's big Shilgarna, Kaiba announced before the fire charged at Yami's big Shilgarna, and luckily the shield prevented the fire from destroying itself. Very impressive. However, my life points are safe, thanks to my cute Dora. Your pathetic Garna is forced to switch into attack mode. Dart stunned before Big Shield Garna was now switched in attack mode. That may be true, but thanks to Kaiba's trap card, your turn's done. Yami growled. Must you explain everything? Just go, Dart dared tauntingly. You better hope nothing happens to me, because you can't do this alone. Neither can Leah, Kaiba told Yami firmly, before he drew his card and looked at it for a moment. I only have 600 points left, and there's not a monster in my hand I can summon. First, I'll switch my dragon into defense mode, and then I'll end my turn by placing 2 cards face down, Kaiba announced, as his dragon was switched into defense mode and his 2 face down cards appeared on the field. It's up to me now, Yami announced firmly. If you wanna win this duel, you're gonna have to attack those mirror knights, Kaiba replied in exasperation, before Yami looked at his deck for a moment. Then he stared at Yugi nervously for a moment. No, I can't turn my back on Yugi again. You have to attack. It's the only way. Yugi suddenly spoke up, which shocked the trio. We'll be fine. If you don't attack, you'll lose, and too many people are depending on you. Yugi reassured Yami pleadingly. But Yugi, if any of you are attacked, your souls may be lost forever. Yami protested, still a bit conflicted. This is ridiculous. Do you realize you're talking to a hologram with your head on it? Kaiba rolled his eyes. Kaiba, once again you're clueless. Yami grew slightly annoyed before he stared at Yugi intently. Let's go, Pharaoh. Everyone's waiting, Darts announced tauntingly. First, I'll switch my big Shilgarna back into defense mode, and then I'll place 1 card face down. With that, I shall end my turn, Yami announced as he placed his card face down. Please tell me this is a joke, Kaiba remarked in exasperation, which only made Darts laugh. It's quite apparent that there's nothing either of you can do to stop me, so let's put you out of your misery, shall we? All of a sudden, a motorcycle showed up. The trio were all shocked at the sight, and it appeared to be both Raphael and Marcella riding the motorcycle. The pair soon got out of the motorcycle, so Raphael could face Darts furiously, and Marcella ran to stand by the others. What are you doing here, Marcella? Tristan asked Marcella in disbelief. Duke and Rebecca sent me. Rebecca really wanted me to make sure that Zero, the Pharaoh, and Leia all got Yugi's soul back for sure. Thanks to Raphael finding me, I was able to make it here, Marcella answered firmly. You don't look happy to see me, and after all we've been through, where's the love? Don't answer that. I've heard enough lies from you. The Pharaoh opened me up to the truth, Raphael told Darts darkly. Really? Darts asked mockingly. Yeah, really. Thanks to him, I was able to escape the seal of Orichalcos with my soul still intact, unlike that and everyone else you used. Now set them free before you end up on that wall, Raphael threatened. Your soul may have been spared, but it sounds like the Orichalcos took what was left of your brain, Dart scoffed, which made Raphael really furious. What's that supposed to mean? He demanded. It means you're more gullible than ever. Do you honestly think the darkness that once controlled you is gone? Yes, the Pharaoh set me free. Did he? Or did he just trick you the way you think I did? Dart asked stunningly, which was irritating Raphael even more. Stop it. You're messing with my head. Perhaps. Or maybe I'm just trying to show you that you're just like everyone else in the world. All you have to do is look around you, Raphael. Each one of these poor fools gave in to their dark side and was taken by the seal of Orichalcos. They're evil just like all humans, which is why I was chosen to wipe them out, and you're no different. You can't just walk away from the darkness. It's part of who you are. That's why I hired you. Your rage made you the perfect candidate to carry out my plan, Dart explained tauntingly. But Raphael still wasn't buying Dart's bullshit words. Yeah, well, I'm through with being angry with the world. That's it. The Pharaoh and his friends reminded me what loyalty and trust are all about. I used to be like them before you came into my life and poisoned my mind with your Orichalcos. Dart just laughed while Raphael murmured to himself, I missed the joke. You are the joke. The Orichalcos didn't poison your mind. It exposed who you truly are on the inside. It corrupts human being full of anger, just like everyone else in this room. Dart scoffed as he pointed to the others. What does that make you? Thea demanded sharply. Well, you might say I'm a pioneer, chosen by the Orichalcos to carve out a new world, and my task is nearly done. Soon I'll have a power to awaken the Leviathan and rebuild civilization. For 10,000 years, I've been gathering the spirits of mankind to amass enough energy to regenerate the great beast. The time was running out, and I needed help, Dart answered coolly, which made Raphael shocked. So you found us? I require 3 simple subordinates to carry out my plan. They needed to be filled with enough anger to tap the full power of the Orichalcos. They also needed a reason to hate the people of this world as much as I do. As soon as I encountered Valen, Alistair, and yourself, I knew that I had found exactly what I've been searching for. Of course, it was necessary to influence certain events in your lives. What do you mean, influence? Raphael demanded. I see I'm going to need to spell this out for you, Dart marked before he raised his arm and pointed dramatically towards the wall. Let's start with Alistair. His family was captured by Mokuba Kaiba's tanks during his effort to take over their township. What's your point? Kaiba demanded. Is that story true, Mokuba? Marcella asked Mokuba, who seemed rather upset. Fortunately it is, Mokuba answered hesitantly. Of course, what Alistair doesn't know is that Kaiba's father didn't do a thing. That honor belongs to me. Dart stunned, which shocked everyone. Kaiba was just furious. And then there's poor Valen, who practically grew up in a juvenile detention center. Dart now brought up Valen, which made Raphael start shaking. Thanks once again to yours truly, I framed him for his first crime at the age of 9. Dart stunned before he laughed. And of course, we can't forget about you, Raphael. Ah, that stormy night, Dart added, which made Raphael stunned than ever. Not that. You couldn't have. Your captain didn't take you into that typhoon. It was I who led your ship away. No, but why? Raphael demanded. You're going to have to start paying attention one of these days. I watched you master duel masters at a young age, but I needed to unlock your inner fury. It was the only way to make sure that you were strong enough. After all, I had the three legendary dragons to contend with now, and quite frankly, your life was a bit too perfect, so I made some adjustments. Raphael, you mustn't listen to him, Yami stepped in pleadingly. Everything is your fault. You took me from my family. Raphael managed as he got really furious. I needed your anger, your thirst for revenge, I needed your anger, your thirst for revenge. Darts replied coolly, which now made Raphael really furious as hell. He then radiated his chaos door desk as he shouted out, You ruined my life! Then Guardian Heroes appeared as Raphael shouted out with more anger, You monster! With that, Raphael just trembled, unable to control his anger. So the seal of Orichalco slowly appeared on his forehead, glowing. It shined brighter and brighter. Darts just smiled. The seal of Orichalco appeared around Raphael's feet and began to swell outward. No! Raphael cried out. It's the seal of Orichalcos, Tristan exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah, but I didn't see anyone play that card, Tina replied with the same level of disbelief. Raphael's eyes went blank. His forehead was burning, uplit green. Eros seemed bemused as her eyes began to glow red, and the orichalcos appeared on her forehead. Her sword shined white, gathering power. No, his guardian heroes! Raphael, control your anger. You can stop the seal. Yami pleaded to Raphael. Ero's wings soon turned black, and she floated to the ground between Raphael and Darts. Wrong, Pharaoh. The orichalcos lives within him and can never be extinguished. Its glow burns in his heart, and I'm afraid there's no turning back now, Darts explained tauntingly. Raphael's arms jerked as though he was trying to raise them to his head. Then he cried out, head snapping back, as the orichalcos on his forehead flared brighter. Ero's glowing sword suddenly blazed out of control. She winced away as its light up. Sorry. Let me try again. Raphael's arms jerked as though he was trying to raise them to his head. Then he cried out, head snapping back, as the orichalcos on his forehead flared brighter. Ero's glowing sword suddenly blazed out of control. She winced away as its light escaped and struck her down, then raged through the air. Everyone else shielded their faces to avoid looking at the bright light. Darts only chuckled. Raphael groaned as the orichalcos constricted around him, then vanished with the glow on his forehead. He fell to the ground motionless. He's been captured! Mokuba cried. Raphael! Both Yami and Leia exclaimed together. Tristan, Thea, Marcella, and Mokuba all hurried over to check on him. Oh man! Oh man! Tristan exclaimed in disbelief. Can you hear us? Mokuba tried to wake Raphael up. Darts just laughed as Raphael appeared on the wall next to Alistair and Valen. Raphael's body was still motionless. Another soul, another step closer to awaken the great beast, Darts announced stunningly before he left. Yami looked up from Raphael to Darts angrily. All right, this ends now. How right you are, Darts agreed mockingly before he drew his card. I'm just about done. Once I play this card, your fate will be sealed, for the seal of Orichalcos is about to become even stronger. What are you up to, Darts? Yami demanded. It can't be good. It can't be good, Kaiba exclaimed consciously, and Leia just stood there tensely. And now it's time to experience the third level of darkness. Go, Orichalcos Tritos! Darts commanded, as he raised his card high, the air shining 2 shades of green, and a glowing ring rising up around him. Chapter 41, A Duel with Darts, Part 4. It's time to reinforce the sacred seal with its most powerful layer thus far. Behold the ancient magic of my Orichalcos Tritos, Darts announced stunningly, before the first seal appeared on the field. Welcome to level 3, ladies and gentlemen, Darts toned before he left. How can the seal possibly get any stronger? Yami asked tensely, before he faced Darts and glared at him. We're dealing with the force greater than the dark shadows, and older than time itself. Does that answer your question? Darts answered mockingly, before his life points went up to 18,500. Whoa! Mokuba exclaimed in disbelief. His life points are out of control, Thea also exclaimed with the same level of disbelief. Orichalcos Malevolence! Use your special ability to switch Kaiba's dragon into attack mode, Darts commanded his monster, before Kaiba's dragon was now switched to attack mode. So I'm afraid this is goodbye. With an attack strength of only 14,000, your dragon is far too weak to defend your life points, Darts stunned Kaiba coolly, which made him, Yami, and Leia all shocked. So that means, Kaiba began before Yami finished for him. You lose. No, Leia whispered to herself. Now, my beast, bring Kaiba's soul to me, Darts ordered his monster. But then, wrong. I activate my shrink card, Kaiba announced, as his face-down card lifted up. Darts just chuckled to himself, and Kaiba's shrink card shattered. Is it beginning to sink in yet? When used properly, the seal of Orichalcos is unmatched by any other card in the game, and due to its fur layer, your magic and trap cards are useless against me, Darts told Kaiba sternly, which made both Yami and Leia pissed. Darts is right. Each layer of the seal is more powerful than the last. If we don't think of something soon, Kaiba's going to lose the duel, and If we don't think of something soon, Kaiba's going to lose the duel, and worse, his soul, Yami thought, completely worried about what's going to happen to Kaiba. There has to be a way to prevent Kaiba from losing his soul, Leia thought, as she glanced at both Mokuba and Marcella, knowing how much this might break their hearts if Kaiba loses his soul. As I was saying, Orichalcos Malevolence, destroy Kaiba's dragon, Darts commanded his monster once again, before he punched the floor and it began creating fire. Zero! Both Marcella and Mokuba cried out. Hold on! Both Yami and Leia suddenly shouted. I play my ambush shield card, Yami announced, as his face-down card lifted up. So do I, Leia chimed in, as her face down card also lifted up. This allows us to sacrifice Big Shilgarna and Herald of Creation, Yami explained, before both his Big Shilgarna and Leia's Herald of Creation disappear. Then we can transfer every one of its defense points to different Dimension Dragon's attack points. Then we can transfer every one of its defense points to different Dimension Dragon's attack points, Leia added, before different Dimension Dragon was now switched to defense mode and his defense points went up to 40,000. The Pharaoh and Leia both sacrificed their own monsters to save Kaiba's, Leia commented. Yeah, Rich Boy owes them big time, Tristan replied in agreement. Different Dimension Dragon, counterattack! Crush his monster now! Kaiba commanded his dragon before he breathed his fire on Dart's monster. The trio all watched intently, hoping the dragon's attack would certainly land on The trio all watched intently, hoping the dragon's attack would certainly land on Dart's monster, which actually did happen. All the damage is absorbed by my Kyutora, Dart stated, as Kaiba's dragon attack now went straight towards Kyutora. No matter how powerful our monsters are, his life points are safe as long as his Kyutora's on the field, Yami thought to himself intently. Is your dueling partner really worth that much to you, Pharaoh, Leia? Because you two just gave up your only defenses to save him, leaving your life points wide open to a direct attack. As a matter of fact, you two left yourselves open to 4 attacks, and I have the perfect 4th sum in mind for the job. My Mirror Knights, known affectionately to you as my Pegasus, Yugi, and Joey. Now strike down the Pharaoh and Leia, my 4 knights. Dart stunned both Yami and Leia just before Yugi charged straight towards the pair and slashed the hell out of them with his sword. Yugi! They both cried together just before Mai slashed them as well as Yugi did. Joey did the same thing. Oh no! Kaiba exclaimed. How's it feel? They're on my side now. 1 more left. Dart stunned just before Pegasus now charged straight towards the pair. I saved the best for last, Dart stated, but Yami shielded himself and Leia with his door desk. Leia saw that Yami's glare turned into a soft, surprised expression, and she wondered if maybe Pegasus were talking to him through his mind. What are you waiting for? Attack him and Leia! Dart snapped at Pegasus impatiently before he slashed the hell out of the pair. This is bad, Leia remarked tensely, just before both Yami and Leia fell to their knees while groaning in pain. Leia, Mokuba whispered to himself, feeling severely worried for Leia by now. Get back up, let's go, Kaiba commanded the pair firmly. I'll be fine, Yami managed a bit reassuringly before he started to get up. So will I, Leia also managed, before she as well started to get up. Thanks for asking, Yami thanked Kaiba with a bit of an eye roll. Then his and Leia's life points both went down to 15,000. I think I'll place 1 card face down and end my turn for now, Dart suddenly announced as he placed his card face down on the field. All right, Kaiba, go ahead and make your final move, for with only 600 points left, your time is just about up, Dart stunned Kaiba coolly. I hate to admit it, but if I don't think of something quick, Dart is gonna win, and I can't let that happen, not after everything that lunatics put me through. Convincing Alistair that my family ruined his life was one thing, but when Dart bought out my company, he crossed the line, and there's no way I'm letting him get away with that. Kaiba thought to himself angrily before he began announcing out loud. You may have pushed around your little cronies, but I refuse to end up like they did. So I played this. And Kaiba drew his card, which started shining, and it amazed Yami, Leia, and Darts. Kaiba just laughed and turned Darts coolly. Guess I should have warned ya. Whenever I'm about to lose, I draw exactly what I need, and this time's no different. What Kaiba summoned on the field appeared to be his Fang of Critias. It's Critias! Darts exclaimed in disbelief. Now if I know your gaming strategies as well as I think I do, then I have to say the face-down card you played before is your Mirror Force Trap. Kaiba spoke to Yami as he guessed what Yami's face-down card was. That's right, Yami nodded, which made Leia grin. I reveal Yugi's trap card, Kaiba announced before Yugi's face-down card lifted up. Finally, I'll merge the Fang of Critias with Mirror Force, Kaiba added before Critias flew through the Mirror Force's power. Now rise, Mirror Force Dragon, Kaiba commanded, just as Critias now became Mirror Force Dragon. What do you plan to attack? Yami inquired. Come on, you know as well as I do. There's no way we can win as long as he's got those 4 knights on the field, Kaiba replied, slightly annoyed. Kaiba, no! Both Yami and Leia protested. They're just monster holograms, so get over it. Darts made them look like your lame friends, so you and Leia will be afraid to attack. Well, allow me, Kaiba scoffed before his Mirror Force Dragon got ready to attack. Mirror Force Dragon, attack his Pegasus Knight now! Kaiba commanded his dragon before he breathed his attack on Pegasus, but Pegasus just shielded himself with his shield, which oddly didn't get destroyed. That's weird. Why would Kaiba attack the one who had the shield? Tristan inquired, slightly confused. Trust me, Zero wanted that knight to reflect his attack, guys. Mokuba smiled before Tristan, Thea, and Marcella all turned to face him. Dart frowned, which made Kaiba grin as he asked honestly, why the long face? Could it be you're aware of my dragon special ability? Go absorb reflection. Then the Mirror Force Dragon shielded himself with his absorb reflection. I guess Kaiba knew what he was doing. Tristan guessed with a grin on his face. What did I tell ya? My runners always got a plan, Mokuba replied confidently, which made Marcella squirrel to herself while blushing. Always a badass. Time to use the power I used to absorb by reflecting the blast back to your side, taking out all 4 of your knights. Kaiba announced sharply, which made Leia shocked. Don't do it, she protested. Hold on, if they get hit, are their souls lost forever? Thea asked worriedly. We're about to find out, Darts replied firmly. Don't think I'm as gullible as the rest of these dorks. You can't scare me with a couple of reprogrammed holograms. Don't you know who I am? I invented this technology, and I know how you manipulated the images that resemble those 4 losers. So you can drop the act, Darts. Mirror Force Dragon, flatten those ponies now! Kaiba snapped sharply before his Mirror Force Dragon began attacking. Absorb reflection, activate! Kaiba commanded once more before his dragon charged his attack on the 4 knights. Both Yami and Leia were tense, but Kaiba just reassured them a little bit. Relax. Then the attack finally landed on the 4 knights, while Yami cried out to Yugi. Yugi, are you alright? Yugi winced for a little bit before he looked up to face Yami with a soft smile on his face. Leia was surprised to see Yugi smiling. The 4 knights suddenly disappeared, which shocked the others. They're gone! Thea breathed. Very impressive, Kaiba. But I'll be just fine. After all, my life points are still unharmed. You see, even though it's about to be destroyed, my Kyutora is able to absorb all the damage before saving its last goodbyes. Naruto, at least my friends are safe. Yami sighed in relief. Tell me about it. Nea agreed as she also sighed in relief. Thanks to my dragon, you have no monsters to protect you. Kaiba snapped at Dart's back. Well, I beg to differ, Dart mocked, which made Kaiba, Yami, and Leia all shocked. Take a closer look, won't you? Dart stunned before his Kyutora began lightning. Kyutora has another ability. Whenever it is destroyed, it evolves. Dart described what Kyutora was doing before he lit up even more. Kaiba, Yami, and Leia all shielded their eyes from the bright light. Then the Kyutora became a big giant machine which shocked the trio. Oh no, what's going on? Yami asked instantly. What is that thing? Leia also asked as she trembled nervously. Darius just laughed as soon as the machine completely appeared on the field. What is that? What is that? Kaiba asked a bit nervously. My little friend's all grown up, so playtime's over. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Orichalco's Shunuros. Dart announced stunningly, which made the trio all shocked as hell. You see what I see? Kaiba asked the pair. Unfortunately, Yami answered, while Leia just nodded as she bit her lip. See what? Thea asked. That thing got 20,000 points, Kristen exclaimed, while both Marcella and Mokuba looked on in shock. Don't look so surprised. You're the ones who created this unstoppable beast. You may have destroyed my previous monsters, but you unleashed something far worse. Dart stunned the trio, which made them more tense. It can wipe us out in one strike, Yami observed, while Leia was left biting her fingernails nervously. You're absolutely right, but before I do that, I have some more bad news to share. Orichalco's Shunuros, activate your special ability. Release Orichalco's Dexia and Orichalco's Aristeros. Dart stunned before Orichalco's Shunuros began tearing itself apart. What's the meaning of this? Yami demanded. Allow me to clear things up. Shunuros just released 2 more creatures. The first one is known as Dexia, and its attack strength is always 300 points higher than the monster is battling, making it a perfect storm. And the second one is just as strong. It will intercept every one of your attacks and retaliate with a blast that's 300 points greater than the one you fired, making it Orichalco's Aristeros, the perfect shield. You'll never get past my triple threat. Dars described his Shunuros before he laughed. Not only is his monster more powerful than Kaiba's dragon, but with Dexia and Aristeros on the front line, our attacks won't even get through. Yami thought to himself tensely. I activate the trap card Maja Curse. This forces one of your monsters to engage in a battle with one of my monsters. And there's a nasty little side effect that cancels out any special abilities your creature might have. And since I don't seem to have much a choice, I'll target your Mirror Force Dragon. Dart explained stunningly, which made Kaiba nervous. Without its reflecting power, your dragon's completely defenseless, which means you're about to be out one soul. Dart stunned, and Kaiba just glared at him furiously. Orichalco's Shunuros, remove Kaiba's life points so the Orichalcos can remove his spirit. Orichalcos Shunoros, remove Kaiba's life points so the Orichalcos can remove his spirit. Dars commanded his Shunoros before he began activating his Proton Ring Blast. Proton Ring Blast! Dars ordered before the Proton Ring Blast charged straight at Kaiba's Mirror Force Dragon and destroyed it for good. Tata, Kaiba, we can't keep the Great Leviathan waiting, Darts announced stunningly as the ring now went straight towards Kaiba. Kaiba, no! Both Yami and Leia cried out before the ring landed on Kaiba's gut, making him wince in pain. Both Marcella and Mokuba were shocked at the sight. Kaiba fell back, but the seal of Orichalcos prevented him from landing on the floor as his eyes now became blank. Orichalcos 1, 0 Kaiba, zip! Orichalcos 1, 0 Kaiba, zip! Darts announced stunningly as Kaiba's life points went all the way down to 0. Oh no! Yumi exclaimed. Kaiba! Leia cried before she glanced at both Marcella and Mokuba and saw that they were both starting to get heartbroken. Kaiba, are you alright? Kaiba! Yumi tried to get Kaiba's attention, but Kaiba only answered with grunts. I'm not done. Activate trap! He commanded his face down card before he lifted up, and he caused both Yami and Leia's life points to go all the way up to 43,000, making them both surprised. It's called Wish of Final Effort. It converts every one of my dragon's attack points into your life points, Yugi. Even you, Leia. Kaiba explained about his trap card before he began collapsing to the floor. Both Yami and Leia rushed over to him, and Yami quickly got Kaiba in his arms. Kaiba, wait! Yami cried out. Hang on! Leia pleaded. Zero! Both Marcella and Mokuba cried out as they both tried to rush over to Kaiba, but the seal prevented them from doing so, and they both did all they could to get in the field while banging their fists against the barrier. Come on, wake up! Mokuba pleaded desperately. Zero, please, Zero! Marcella also pleaded, and finally, she had the courage to say it. I love you! What Marcella said shocked Mokuba, and he turned to face her and saw on the look on her face and eyes that she really did love his big brother. Kaiba also actually heard what Marcella said to him, so he smiled a little and felt his heart going soft. He also loved her just as much as she loved him. Say something! Yami tried to get Kaiba's attention before Kaiba suddenly exchanged a serious look and told both Yami and Leia firmly. Don't screw up, got it? I fought too hard, so you two can't lose this. Now win! With that, Kaiba now collapsed completely. We will, we promise, Yami agreed firmly before one of the seals disappeared. Pharaoh, Leia, it looks like you both are the sole survivors. Dart stunned both Yami and Leia before Kaiba's soul was removed from his body and was brought into the wall. Both Yami and Leia stood up to their feet as they glared at Darts. You disgust me, Yami growled angrily. You disgust me also, Leia chimed in furiously. I'll tell you both what. Since I already have what I need, you can keep the rest of him, Darts marked before he removed Kaiba's body out of the field, with both Marcella and Mokuba rushing over to him, and they both got him in their arms as Kaiba's body landed on the floor. Kaiba! Tristan cried out before he and Leia both rushed over to Kaiba. Oh man! Tristan Tristan exclaimed, while Thea just gasped. Come on, bro. Please open your eyes. I know you're in there somewhere. Mokuba pleaded to his big brother desperately as he felt tears streaming down his face. For God's sake, Zero, wake up! Marcella also pleaded to Kaiba as she as well felt tears streaming down her face. On the contrary, my young friends, I'm afraid you both are talking to an empty shell. Your brother/boyfriend had graciously donated his life force to the great beast. That stunned both Marcella and Mokuba, which made them both sadder. No, it's not fair. Give him back, Darts! Mokuba yelled at Darts furiously before he cried some more. Leia looked at Mokuba sadly, and she wished she could get out of the field to hug him and whisper to him that it's gonna be okay. Marcella just moved towards Mokuba and took him in her arms as she as well cried. Está bien, Mokuba, she whispered to him softly while her voice was breaking. Suddenly the lair began crumbling, which surprised both Marcella and Mokuba. Even Tristan, Thea, Yami, and Leia were all surprised as they suddenly felt the lair crumbling. What's going on? Yami inquired. I don't know, Leia replied, feeling nervous by now. Do you hear that? Thanks to Kaiba's generous donation, the Great Leviathan is almost ready, Darts announced stunningly, which made both Yami and Leia glare at him furiously. No! Tell your stupid lizard to spit out my brother before I force him to, Mokuba snapped angrily, before Marcella suddenly stood up to her feet in anger while glaring at Darts with such fury. Escucha, soy de la Ciudad de México y estoy orgulloso de ello. ¿Sabes lo que pasa en la Ciudad de México? Cosas malas. She yelled at Darts in Spanish furiously, which made Mokuba pretty impressed as he watched her. Marcella then furrowed her eyebrows with more anger and hatred as she pulled out her switchblade while talking in English. Now I command you, give Zero Soul back before I freaking shank you. Now I command you, give Zero Soul back before I freaking shank you. Silence! Darts sneered at the young Mexican woman before the Great Leviathan suddenly appeared and pushed the gang all back. What have you done to them? Yami growled before both he and Leia turned around to face them. Are you alright, Thea? Tristan, Marcella, Mokuba! They both called out to them. Are you alright, Thea? Are you alright? Thea, Tristan, Marcella, Mokuba! They both called out to their friends worriedly as they both saw that they had just passed out. Leia felt her heart breaking at the sight of both her sister and Mokuba passing out. Darts just laughed and taunted the pair. Poor Pharaoh, poor Leia, you two are all alone now. Don't worry, you two. Your friends are fine. I don't need weak souls. I just wanted to spend some quality time with you two, since you're both so strong. Is that so wrong? Both Yami and Leia turned around to face Darts furiously, while Yami growled, That's enough! But there's something I think you both will want to know. You, Pharaoh, and I met 5,000 years ago when you were king of Egypt. We may not have officially introduced, but I was there watching you. Go on, Yami snarled, while Leia just glared at Darts furiously. When the Battle of Atlantis ended, I thought the Great Leviathan was gone forever. That is until I met you, Darts explained coolly, which made both Yami and Leia shocked. Hold on. What does that evil creature of yours have to do with me? Yami demanded. I thought you've never asked. Dar shrugged before he now brought the pair 5,000 years ago in Egypt. Behold, the palace of the pharaoh in the year 3000 BC. Ring any bells? Darts announced before the Arikakos now brought the trio inside the palace. Tell me, is that really me in the ancient past? Yami inquired as he saw himself as the pharaoh with dark skin. It was then that Leia spotted Naya. Naya had light curly brown hair that fell to her back. She had blue eyes and pale skin, unlike the ancient pharaoh. She was also wearing a white sleeveless Egyptian dress with a low circular neckline trimmed in gold, wore brown sandals, and she also carried an Egyptian staff. She also looked a bit like Leia as well. Allow me to vanquish this intruder, my king, the priest requested to the pharaoh. No, I shall handle this. The pharaoh shook his head, and before the priest could protest, Naya just held out her finger in front of him while giving him a stern look, so he calmed down and let the pharaoh handle the beast. The beast soon charged at the pharaoh as he summoned his creature and his puzzle shined, activating Obelisk the Tormentor. Then Obelisk destroyed the beast, which shocked both Yami and Leia. Why are we watching this? Yami demanded. Because it was on this very day that I first realized the Great Leviathan would rise again, and it's all because of you and the magic that you willed. Once Atlantis was destroyed and Leviathan was laid to rest, I was forced to wander the earth and wait. After all, I couldn't wipe out mankind on my own. I needed power. That's where you came in. Darts answered, before both Yami and Leia saw that both the pharaoh and Naya were now riding a horse at nightfall. See for yourself, Darts told the pair, and both Yami and Leia were shocked as they watched the pharaoh and Naya both riding the horse while Slifer the Sky Dragon followed after them. I sensed it immediately. Your life energy was exactly what I needed, but the time wasn't right, so my wait continues. Dart sighed, which made both Yami and Leia confused. But why? If you needed my power, then why didn't you confront me? Then why didn't you confront me back then? But why? If you needed my power, then why didn't you confront me back then? Yami inquired. Because there was another individual threatening to destroy the planet, and quite frankly, he was in my way. But I knew my day would come, and it did, 5,000 years later, when a naive young man unlocked the dark magic. With that came the return of the Shadow Games and the rebirth of the pharaoh and his rivals, even the young princess that he always trusted. Dart explained, and both Yami and Leia both knew that the rivals Dart was talking about were both Kaiba and Bakura, and the princess was Leia. So that's why you've been targeting my friends, Yami growled, and Leia was just furious. That's right, you should be flattered. Never before have I encountered such a powerful group of souls. Darts nodded, before both Yami and Leia furrowed their eyebrows with more fury. You're sick! Oh, I'm the sick one? The fact remains that you ushered in the age of the Shadow Games 5,000 years ago and merely wiped out your whole kingdom. Dart shot back. That's a lie! Yami shouted furiously. I saw it all, the way you conjured up creatures of darkness to do your bidding. You're evil, Pharaoh, and there's no denying it. And soon you'll get what you deserve when I feed your soul to the great Leviathan and complete that which has just started centuries ago. Both Yami and Leia just glared at Darts furiously at his words. Chapter 42. A Duel with Darts, Part 5. Meanwhile, Darts had just brought both Yami and Leia back to the lair. Do you know why you're sent here, Pharaoh? It was no fluke. 5,000-year-old spirits don't suddenly turn for no reason. Fate brought you back so you could save the world by offering your power to the great Leviathan, Darts told Yami firmly, which made him really pissed. Don't you see what's happening here, Darts? Orichalcos has corrupted your mind. It's been filling your head with lies over 10,000 years. He's right, Darts, and in the end, that damn thing might just kill you. Leia agreed with Yami, which only made Darts laugh. You two should talk. You, Pharaoh, have been lying to the world for almost as long, trying to convince everyone that fate sent you here to protect us from evil. And you think that's a lie? Yami demanded. Yes, in fact, your very heart is filled with evil, the same evil you claim to be fighting. To me, you represent the darkness that's inside all humans, and for that, every one of you must be punished. For today, history repeats itself, and the Battle of Atlantis shall begin again. Darts answered sharply, which made both Yami and Leia shocked. You can't! Not another word! I won't let you! Yami protested. Too late. It's already begun, Darts toned, which made Yami tremble with such anger. Well, if that's the case, Darts, then Leia and I will end it here and now. It's our move, Leia announced firmly, before both she and Yami drew their cards. So we'll begin by activating our pot of greed. This lets us draw 2 more cards. Then I'll summon my obnoxious Celtic Guardian, Yami explained, before his Celtic Guardian appeared on the field. And I'll summon Athena, Leia added, as she summoned her Athena on the field. All I can do for now is try my best to avoid his attacks until either me or Leia draw the right card, Yami thought to himself intently. Hopefully either me or Yami draw the right card to avoid Dart's attacks, Leia thought to herself as she trembled a bit nervously. I'll place one card face down and end my turn, Yami announced out loud as he placed his card face down on the field. So will I. Your move, Darts, Leia chimed in as she also placed her card face down. And you both know what that means? I automatically gain another 15,000 life points. Darts stunned as his life points went all the way up to 20,000. And you both know what that means? I automatically gain another 15,000 life points. Darts stunned as his life points went all the way up to 20,000. Yes, we know, Yami snarled, while Leia glared at Darts with such fury. And then there's my Dexia special ability, which ensures that its strength is almost 300 points higher than the monster it's attacking. So your guy's only defenses is as good as gone, leaving your life points wide open for annihilation. It's over. Orichalcos Dexia destroyed the Pharaoh's obnoxious Celtic Guardian and Leia's Athena, Darts commanded his Dexia before he began attacking. But then, hold on, reveal trap, Yami suddenly announced, as both his and Leia's face down cards lifted up, and it shielded both Celtic Guardian and Athena. All we have to do now is give up half our life points, and our sword shield activates, blocking your attack, Yami announced furiously, as both his and Lea's life points went down to 21,050. Dart's life points went down to 15,007. So, Dart's life points went down to 157,000. Not bad, but what's the point? Just look around you two. You both are all alone. Your friends are no longer able to support you, and the scoreboard doesn't exactly point your favors now, does it? So why drag out this torment when all you both have to do is forfeit? Accept your destiny and join your friends on the other side. Dart stunned, and Yami just stood there thinking to himself for a moment. Maybe he's right. He does have 20,000 life points and 3 indestructible monsters. Perhaps Leia and I can do more for our friends than surrendering and allowing the Orichalcos to take us where they are. Don't you two want to be by their side? Your friends are completely lost without you. Don't turn away. All you both have to do is place your hands over your door decks and submit. Declare defeat and you both will be free. Free to see your friends one last time before the rise of the beast. It's about time you accepted your true destiny, Pharaoh. You've returned to pay for the wrongs you once committed. What Darts was saying made Yami's eyes go green, and he felt shattered. Leia just looked at him with worried eyes. You know it's true. You nearly destroyed the wall. So in order to compensate for the misdeeds of your past, you and Leia must join me in ushering in the age of the future. Surrender your spirit so that I may rebuild paradise. Dart stunned before Yami looked up to face him while still giving him a glare. Just give up, Dart encouraged. I must surrender my soul. It's my fate. Yami suddenly agreed with Dart's, which shocked Leia, and she felt her heart breaking. Yami, no! She protested as she felt tears forming in her eyes. Yami turned to face her and gave her a tender smile. It's all right, Leia. Just do me a favor and win this duel so we can save our friends, including me. No! Leia cried as she moved towards him and hugged him from the side while crying. You can't do this. Yes, Pharaoh. Keep listening to the voice of reason inside your heart, inside your head. Dart agreed tauntingly, and Leia glared at him before she turned to face Yami and felt more tears streaming down her face. I must give up, Yami managed, and Leia hugged him more tighter as her chest was starting to hurt even more. Yami, please don't do this. You're almost there. Give in and join your friends, Dart encouraged, before Yami was starting to remember the times when his and Leia's friends were always there to help him. Even he remembered when Leia was there for him when he was deciding to forfeit his duel, and all Leia did was tell him to never surrender and keep fighting. The time has come. Farewell. Sacred seal, encircle the Pharaoh and his little friend Leia. Dart commanded his sacred seal before he started to get closer to both Yami and Leia. Leia just hugged Yami tightly and buried her face in his stomach, waiting for the seal to touch both her and Yami. Just relax. Let the darkness consume you, Pharaoh. Reach deep within your core and set your spirit free. Dart reassured the pair tauntingly, and Leia just felt more tears come out of her eyes until she suddenly saw Yugi's Millennium Puzzle glowing, and it caused it to shield both her and Yami against the sacred seal. Dart was shocked at the sight. Impossible! He exclaimed in disbelief. No one can overcome the power of two recalcos. You both should have lost the duel. Dart snapped sharply, before Yuki's spirit suddenly appeared in front of both Yami and Leia. Yuki! Leia exclaimed, surprised to actually see him. What's going on? Dart demanded, before every one of Yami and Leia's friends all appeared right next to the pair. Leia just felt her cheeks growing warm and her heart fluttering at the sight of Mokuba. Why didn't the seal take your souls? Tell me! Dart demanded once again, before all of Yami and Leia's friends went back inside Yugi's Millennium Puzzle. You forced me to gaze inside my heart, thinking I would find only darkness, but you were wrong. Yami growled, which made Leia smile wildly. Then you gazed in the wrong place. Dart snapped back. Look, believe what you wish, but I know the truth. My heart is filled with the light of friendship, and no man can take that away, no matter how strong it is. So thank you. You reminded me that my friends are always with me and Leia, and we're going to win this fight and take you down together. Darts, it all ends right now, Yami explained with so much power as he drew his card. Yami gasped as he realized which card he drew. It's the card Pegasus gave me. I can sense it. Well, get on with it, Dart snapped impatiently. Do you know what's in my hand? The key to unlocking the secret of the legendary dragons, Yami said sharply, which made Leia smile as she began drawing her Tale of Kronos card. What? Dart exclaimed in disbelief. You heard me. Legend of Heart. Leia and I gave up 1,000 life points and removed my obnoxious salty guardian and her Athena from the field, Yami answered more powerfully, before both his and Leia's monster disappeared and both their life points went down to 11,050. Then Leia began summoning her Tale of Kronos card on the field and joined in with Yami's Eye of Timaeus, Joey's Claw of Hermos, and Kaiba's Fang of Critias. This lets us summon Critias, Hermos, Kronos, and Timaeus in their true form, Yami explained, before the 4 dragons all began turning into their true forms. One of the dragons were talking about how they've been set free, and it shocked both Yami and Leia. No, not them! Dart protested, before the 4 dragons, now turned into human knights, all appeared on the field. Timaeus had the same resemblance as Yami, except he had a scar on his right eye. Critias looked just like Kaiba, except he had blonde hair. Hermos looked like Joey, except he had reddish-brown hair. Kronos looked a bit like Leia, except she was older, and Leia assumed that would be what she would look like in the future. And Leia assumed that would be what she would look like in the future. I am he who is named Timaeus, Timaeus announced as he unsheathed his sword. And I am Sir Critias, Critias also announced as he as well unsheathed his sword. I am known as Sir Hermos, Hermos also announced as he as well unsheathed his sword. And I'm Lady Kronos, Kronos also announced as she as well unsheathed her sword. Then the 4 knights all put their swords together as they all announced together. In the name of Atlantis, we have been reborn. I thought I took care of you centuries ago, Dart exclaimed in disbelief. The 4 knights all just hit the ground with their swords in response, and it caused the seal of Orichalcos to begin breaking. What have you done? My precious seal is gone, Dart demanded, before his Shunurus began losing life points. Your ring of guard is useless in our presence, Hermos answered sharply, That's why we destroyed it, Kronos chimed in. Did you forget our last encounter? Critias reminded. That's why we destroyed it, Kronos chimed in. Did you forget our last encounter? Critias reminded. I certainly did not, and I have a score to settle with you. Timaeus snapped at Darts sharply. Darts just glared at him. The time has come to weaken your defense. Timaeus, attack his Orichalcos Aristeros, Yami commanded Timaeus before he went to attack Aristeros with his sword. You too, Kronos, Leia commanded Kronos before she went to join in with Timaeus and help him slash the hell out of Aristeros with her sword. I'm not done, Yami announced firmly. Neither am I, Leia chimed in. Now, Critias, Yami turned to Critias. Hermos, Leia turned to Hermos. It's your turn, they both commanded together, before both Critias and Hermos attacked Aristeros with their swords. And with that, Leia and I shall end our turn, Yami announced firmly, before his and Leia's life points both went down to 250. Now Orichalcos Shunoros, attack Critias with Photon Ring Blast, Darts commanded Shunoros before he radiated his Proton Ring Blast. Hold on, Critias, defend! Yami instructed both Critias before he defended himself with his sword. Your attack won't work thanks to his special ability. Yami snorted Darts, which made him really shocked as hell. His what? He can bring back one trap card, and I choose the reflecting power of Mirror Force, Yami answered sharply, before Mirror Force gave Critias' sword some power. Then the Proton Ring Blast went flying towards Critias, while he shielded himself with his sword. Now Critias can stop your attack and send it right back at your monster, Yami added, which made Darts more stunned than ever. Oh no! I'm afraid so, Critias shouted before he sent Shunoros' attack back at him, which caused him to tear apart. Darts' life points went down to 14,100. Excellent move, Pharaoh. Bravo! Darts congratulated Yami sarcastically. And just then, Shunoros wasn't destroyed. Oh, by the way, did I mention Shunoros has a special ability as well? Darts pointed out, which made both Yami and Leia shocked. Then Shunoros blew up, and Yami was really furious. What's going on? Then both Yami and Leia saw that a dark cloud was surrounding Darts, making them really shocked as hell as they knew what was coming. The moment Shunoros was vanquished, my divine serpent was born. Of course, there's a price to pay. First, I must send every card in my hand to the graveyard. After that, I'm required to give up every one of my life points. Oh well, Darts stunned as he drew his card and his life points went all the way down to 0. That means you lose, Yami told Darts firmly. Under normal conditions, yes. However, as long as my divine serpent's on the field, I remain the game. But if you do destroy him, you both win, Darts replied angrily, which made both Yami and Leia shocked that the divine serpent had a lot of powers. His train, it's infinite! Which means there's not a monster in your deck that can stand up to him. And once it strikes your knights, your souls are mine. Darts stunned, and both Yami and Leia stared at the divine serpent with fear for a moment. Then they both stared at their decks for a moment. Staring at your decks won't help. You have to actually play something, Darts mocked, which made the pair really furious. Is that so? Fine, Yami snapped back as both he and Leia drew their cards. Yami saw that he drew Dark Magician Girl, and Leia saw that she drew River Dragon. I place one card face down, Yami announced as he placed his card face down. I also play one card face down. Now it's your move, Leia also announced as she as well placed her card face down. Very well. First, I discard 10 cards from my deck so my master can attack. Divine Serpent, go! Strike down one of their knights. Darts agreed as he discarded his 10 cards, and Divine Serpent went to attack one of Yami and Leia's knights. The attack landed on both Timaeus and Kronos, and they both shattered. Timaeus, no! Yami cried. Kronos! Leia also cried before both her and Yami's life points went down to 0. And then there were 2, but more importantly, you both just lost the rest of your life points, so the duel is over, as is your existence. So fare thee well. So fare thee well, Darts announced stunningly, before the seal began moving towards Yami and Leia. But then, the seal shattered. Darts was shocked at the sign. What's this? You two should be gone. The smoke disappeared, and it appeared that both Yami and Leia had just summoned their Dark Magician Girl and River Dragon on the field. Tell me, how did you two survive? Darts demanded. It's simple. You told us to play a card, so we did. It's a powerful trap known as Relay Soul. When our life points hit 0, it allowed us to stay in the game by summoning my Dark Magician Girl and Leia's River Dragon and putting our fate in their hands. Yami answered simply, which made Darts really furious. So you and us are in the same situation now. Each of us has one monster. You have your serpent, and I have Dark Magician Girl. Well, so you and us are in the same situation now. Each of us has one monster. You have your serpent, and I have Dark Magician Girl, while Leia has River Dragon. When one is destroyed, the card holder will lose. Yami continued, and Leia just smiled at his words. All right, let the final phase begin, Yami announced, which only made Darth smirk. Yes, but understand this. You both may have altered the rules of our battle, but your chances of victory are just as slim. We have the spirits of our friends to support our darts, but you on the other hand are completely alone. Yami shot back, while Leia nodded her head in agreement. He's right. I possess more power than both of you over your friends, and I'll prove it by playing this. Darts stunned as he summoned his card on the field. Impact Revive. It brings back a monster that was destroyed this turn and gives it an extra 500 attack points. Then both Timaeus and Kronos returned to the field, and they appeared to be panting. That's our card! Yami exclaimed, completely shocked. Why did you revive Timaeus and Kronos? Leia demanded. I thought it would be fun to prove how powerless the both of you truly are. Oh, and one more thing. Impact Revive also lets my monster attack one more time. Darts answered tonguely, which made both Yami and Leia shocked. Oh no! I sent 10 cards from my deck to my graveyard. Now, Divine Serpent, end this duel! Darts commanded Divine Serpent before he began firing at both Dark Magician Girl and River Dragon. Their souls are mine, Darts thought, with a smirk on his face. If Dark Magician Girl and River Dragon are destroyed, all hope's lost. Yami thought to himself tensely. Please, God, there must be some way for us to win this duel. Leia thought to herself as she had her hands together as in prayer, while shutting her eyes tight. I think I'll stop for now, my dear viewers, but don't you guys worry. The next part will be coming to you very soon. If you guys enjoyed it, please subscribe, hit the like button, and turn on the notifications. See you guys next time. Goodbye, guys.